replay あなたと Everyday replaying 二人で Everyday refrain 固めて I'm gonna wake up with a smile I feel love it like a child Believe あなただけ We are all real That is for loving 雨の中で踊る Gonna make a journey to find a happiness そう愛の香り Come to me Hear the wind blows 世界を Hear the wind blows 二人で Hear the wind blows 固める I'm gonna wake up with a smile
Tier 1 sub I know you love me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's roll up to be a single star in the sky. I hear you calling me. I wanna word you up into my life. Let's love up to make a single star in the sky. To you.
Welcome. I have to don't give any bits or anything. I forgot to open the thing. I don't know if anyone gave bits with a specific number in mind. I don't think you did. But the thing isn't open. Hello. Welcome to the stream. I'm opening the things. There we go. Sorry for the lateness. I had to do something before stream. And then turns out actually to do like 3 things. I had my plan to do the one thing before stream, and I did that on time, but then 2 other things came up and I went, oh shit. And I wanted to do them in a timely fashion and not make those people wait for me, so I did that before stream instead, because if I'm the bottleneck, you know, I'm not gonna be like, oh, could you wait for me? No, thank you, even if it was sudden. I don't know if you saw, but we have a new YouTube video out. And I might have made a banger of a thumbnail. I was supposed to get a drawn one, and then Alfie was kind of sick, so I didn't want to push her to, like, draw it really fast. I wasn't gonna be like, hey, do it anyway, get out of bed right now, you know. So I might replace it with a drawn one later, but, I was like, well, I still want to post the video today. How can I make a good thumbnail that encompasses the feeling of this video? And I'm gonna show this to you. I think I got a banger. What do you think of this? What do you think of this thumbnail, huh? Does that hit for you? I had to remake the text. That text was actually on the screen at that moment in the video, but it was like small and lower down, so I like made it bigger so it covers, it goes over the little bottom edge a little bit, but you know what? That's fine. It is what it is. What I come in on? Sigrid, this is my new Warbird. This is my thumbnail for my new video. We had a great collab. It was wonderful. The title of the video is Geega and Joel attempting to collab for 11 minutes. We took all 3 videos of that collab, and my editor, bless his soul, cut it down to 11 of the best minutes, or 10 or so, because I talk a little bit in the beginning. He was like, I'm gonna make this one video for you, because I said, yeah, I want this to be one video and I want it to hit hard. And he was like, let's fucking go. Yeah, 3 collabs. So after watching it, it was so funny that I was like, maybe I should have made this 2 videos. Maybe I'll ask him for all the other clips that he cut out, because he was like, it was really hard to cut this because so much of it was so good. I feel like I cut a lot of good stuff. So I was like, maybe we'll take the good stuff that you still feel like deserve to be in, but you cut it for the interest of time, and maybe do another one in the future. We'll see. We shall see. Anyway. Hello. There we go. Joel's still in his house, the best. Oh, it's good, okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Very, 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 very much. Let me get the link to the video. I want to pin it. Oh. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get your ass out of here. Let me grab the link. The shortened one, though. I want to grab it from my YouTube studio so I get the shortened link. The nice, aesthetically pleasing, like, half-size link, you know? Love that thing. Ah! Oh. The audio skipped. Oops. At least the image still came up on time. So reliable. Leave me alone. No. All right. New video. I hope that's the right link. Pin. Yes. It will be manually unpinned, okay, Mutz? It will be manually unpinned. Which means you gotta unpin it if you feel like there's a point in time where it needs to happen. You know? Am I the dubbing reference to the video? Yeah, no, that's what I'm talking about too. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, yeah, the video came out really well, and I kind of, now I'm like, man, it should have been like 2 videos. So we'll see. Maybe I'll do a second one, or maybe we'll just do something else and then make that another one. Because honestly, it's the absolute best 10 minutes we could get. Like, the best. So, that's good. Go watch it if you can. I will post about it again later on Twitter, sometime after stream, to give it a boost. And unfortunately, when I post it on Twitter, I will have to use that thumbnail. So, we'll see. We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. I saw your mother model YouTube video. I gotta say best model. Thank you. Can you stop replying to me on Twitter with a million panting emojis, by the way? Sorry to call you out, but can you like take it down 1 tick? Like 1 tick. Like everyone else is being so normal. You know what I mean? Everyone else is like so okay. Just 1. I got you. Good. Just 1. Not like 1,000 ticks. Just 1. All right. Let me see. It's not just you. There are a few. But you actually show up in my chat where some others don't. So, you know. You get the warning, the others get the block. You know what I'm saying? Okay, what else did I have? Oh, yeah. I added some stuff to my Nexus. I tried to see if some of the indie games that we played were on Nexus. Because then when you buy it through there, first of all, I can make a, 10-game library that you can buy from. So you can see the stuff that I like in one spot. Games I recommend in one spot. But it also kicks back to me when you buy. The thing is, those games aren't on there. They're not on there. They're just indie games that are not in that circle. Which stinks a little bit. But I did change up what was on the Nexus because I saw a few things that were on sale. I'm not sure if they're on sale right now, but they were. As of 2 days ago, when I did change it, Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, half off. Horizon Zero Dawn, 67% off. I added in Exoprimal, if you remember when I tested that, because that was really fun. So that'll be releasing soon. And the stuff that's still in there is Mega Man Battle Network, Legacy Collection, Dredge, Outer Wilds, Tiny Rogue, Slay the Spire, Inscription, and Peglin. All things that I recommend. All games that are really good. I played most of those on stream. And if I haven't played them on stream, I've played all of these on stream. I didn't play the Legacy Collection on stream, but I played Mega Man Battle Network 6 on stream. We played the whole game a while back. So everything on here in some way, shape, or form, I played on stream. Except for Horizon Zero Dawn. All the other games we have. So, yeah, they're all things that I like. They're all things that I like. So I put that on there. So if you were looking for them, I was like, I just wanted to change up the stuff that was in there, make it more current. And I saw sales and I went, ooh. Because I think those sales were only through Nexus. The same level of sale wasn't happening for the Steam sale. It was a separate thing. So I was like, okay, let me put it on there. But yeah, I'm going to keep that updated. I need to... I'm going to write a note. Yo, thank you for the 14 months. I'm going to write a note to myself to put that in my panels below so you don't have to go looking for it. Put Nexus link in panels. Here we go. But yeah, I'm always going to keep an eye out to see if stuff that I play on stream ends up on Nexus, but a lot of it just hasn't. Like, or no, a lot of the things I played in the past have, but the most recent stuff isn't on there. So I'm not sure if it'll show up there in time or it won't. But that's what we got for now. Maury, thank you for the 5 months. Skaten, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Hold on, there were some more of you earlier. Azareth, thank you for the 13 months. Brutal, thank you for the 2 months of Prime. Music, thank you for the 10 gifted subs from before. And Pelluccini, thank you for the tier 3 for 23 months. I appreciate it so much. Oh, if you weren't there last night, we had Bark, my editor, who did my last video, and all of my videos for the most part. He did a course. We did Mob Talk, which we've been doing on Saturdays, where he taught video editing. Thank you for the tier 1 for 13 months more, so thank you. And which new? Thank you for the 9.
Time for all the entertainment and you just being you in general, Geega.
Of course. Yeah, if you didn't show up for Mob Talk, that's a new thing that we started in the Discord. I did the first one, now Bark has done one. If you want to teach something, you have some knowledge to impart or whatever, a talk you want to give, something, a skill you want to teach, anything, you can DM Oshi. Oshi's the one who is taking on all of that. Do it through Discord. And he's planning who's doing what. But I did one on Figma day 1, and then Bark did editing. So we're keeping those, you know, going. I enjoyed that talk from Bark for as long as I was able to stay awake. It was 3 a.m. Sorry. Yeah, no, I appreciate you guys coming out, because it's nice because then it's instead of a video tutorial, people will give tutorials and talk about things, but you can also ask a lot of questions, which is nice. That's why we wanted to do it in Discord. So yeah, those will be Saturdays for the most part. And if you want to run one yourself, or there's something you want to see and you want us to find someone to do a thing, just let us know. What did you say, Doug? You said something before. Oh, you said nice thumbnail. Thank you. You like the new video? You like it? Isn't it great? I think the thumbnail looks real cool. Real cool. I'm hoping I catch some new viewers with that one, you know? Maybe I get into some nice algo somewhere. We'll see. I interviewed with Nexus for a position they had. Ooh, yeah, they've been very nice to me. They've been very, very, very nice. Very wonderful and great. And yeah, like you said, it does disclose like what cut I could get of certain things, which I think is kind of cool. I think that's cool. I don't think it's good for me to like, for any creator really, to sit there and talk about specifics with financials all the time. I don't think that's good. But with things like that, like I buy this, it gives them this. I think that's really nice because you're seeing it before you purchase. It's in front of you. You know what I mean? I think that's nice. I watch more Geega content because of that thumbnail. Oh yeah, that's you know, I'm trying to really let people know what I'm about, you know? Kilo, thank you for the 14 months. Enjoyed seeing you so much on Mouse's subathon. Yeah, I had so much fun. We got along well. We always knew we got along well. And we didn't get too many chances to actually sit down and do a lot together. And then the subathon happened, and I said, hey, whoa, suddenly you're available at hours I'm available. My available hours are either well before my own streams when like Zen is on, or late at night. So, you know, that's just how it is. And even then, like, I already collab a lot. So I can't really like give up normal slots on extra days to collab too often. So it's nice when someone like does an event like this, because then I can actually drop in a lot. It's nice. It's really nice. I haven't been watching any streams lately. I spent the past month watching movies. That's fine. People fall in and out of it, to be honest. And like, to me, I don't think that's a bad thing. You should never apologize. Same thing if you fall in and out of like certain creators. A lot of people cycle where they spend like 2 months, you know, like watching all of someone's streams, and then they kind of slowly drop off for a while, and then 3 months later they're back just like they were in the beginning. You know what I mean? And I think that's just kind of natural. Don't like force yourself to sit there and watch a creator. Do I want you to? Would that be great if you all watched all of my streams all the time? Of course, but like, let's be realistic, you know? You know what I mean? You can tip the creator through Nexus 2 is even better. Yeah, but I don't know what their cut is, so I would still recommend anyone using Stream Elements, SE Pay, to use that, because I know for a fact they have the lowest cut. They only take the credit card fee cut. They say 100%. They say, but I don't know. I don't know. I haven't researched. I haven't full researched. Hoping Mouse's subathon will have also served as a creator mixer, saw a few uncommon creator combinations. Yeah, I think a lot of the people that were in there kind of knew each other or knew of each other, but it's hard to ask someone. I'll just say this. It's really hard to ask someone to do something with you on stream when you haven't already done something with that person on a stream. You know what I mean? There's always this feeling of like, oh God, what if they think I want something from them? I'm asking for this because I want something, not just like I'm interested and I think it would be nice, you know? It's just really hard. But then once you've done one thing, if you find that you are comfortable on stream with that person, then it's like very easy to ask, you know? So for me, I always don't really have problems inviting people because I always meet people in big collabs. And I interact with people a little bit through those things because friends invite me to stuff, and then like anyone who's in there, I'm like, okay, well now I feel fine like inviting them. But if I've never done a thing with them, not very likely that that I'm reaching out like that. To be honest, I can if I like really think I should, or if someone says in a DM, oh, we should do something sometime, then I'll like reach out. But if no one's asked before or no one's like talked to you before in a call, it's kind of feels weird. I don't know. You just don't want people to think you want something from them. And you also don't want to walk up to them and go, you offer me this, I offer you this. You know? It can get weird, you know? It can be odd. Vichimon are good beans. Yeah, I like them all. It was nice to see them also like holding up a lot of the time. Because you can't... No one should do a subathon alone. It's even a 5-hour stream is tiring on the voice. Like physically, it can damage your voice if you're just nonstop talking the whole time. If you are just trying to stay awake, especially someone like Mouse who's like taking certain medications and things, and there are like various reasons why she might just get really sleepy, kind of beyond her control. And you know, it's nice to have other people around to be able to like hold it up a little bit, so that way you can kind of feel comfortable if you're like, okay, I need to just not talk for a moment because I'm just like, you know, brain recharging. It's good. It's really good. So I like to, that's why I would try to especially come in at times when like she was running out of steam. And whenever I saw she was running out of steam and I had time available, I was like, all right, I'll cover it. If I watched her and she was like totally like, woo, like totally fine, I wouldn't jump in. I'm one of the most busy people. So I'm like, all right, I'll just do my shit. But yeah, there were plenty of times I would drop in and I would have a little time potentially available, and I'd see her being like, on stream, and I was like, okay. It's my time. It's my time. You know? I was just taking an unscheduled nap, yeah. Classic moment. I mean, like I said, it's beyond her control, so it's what it is. It's what it is. I recall you handled 2 chats really well when she was taking meds. My brain's crazy. I would just have my chat open and then open her chat too and just double chat Zatsu, you know? And just go. It was fun though. I like it. It's like, it's kind of a challenge. Kind of sort of a challenge. Candy was real champ picking up some of the odd times because their time zone. Yeah, that's the other thing, is it's a good thing that she had so many people in the server that were kind of spread out wherever, because there would be times when like no one was on. Or today when it was like ending, I was up at like 9 a.m. 9 a.m. because I knew what the timer was, and I was like, all right, I'll just like be there for the last bit because I knew she was gonna stay up like all night, you know? So I woke up earlier than I usually do. I also had a bender of a night. It was fucked up. And by bender, I just mean that, like, I ate some bad food and I was having a moment. But I was, like, just spending my night, like, half upside down on the couch, looking all fucked up instead of in the bed where I should have been. It was messed up. So it was actually quite easy for me to wake up a little earlier to make it for the end of the subathon because, you know, I felt all fucked up anyway. It was fine. Fighting for your life, yeah, no. Thankfully, I didn't actually end up, like, on the toilet. I was okay, but, like, my tummy hurt, you know? I was just like, oh, I don't feel so good. So I ended up just passing out, like, half sideways. Holding 2 conversations with no response countdown to awkward. Oh, yeah. What, with the chats? No, it's fine. When is Geega gonna have a subathon? No. If I do something, I'll do an event-based thing, but I don't want to do like a... Like, if it has subathon on it, and there's a timer or something, there are ways to work it out, but I'm not gonna do like a 24/7 thing. I don't have it in me. Props to anyone who does. I don't have it in me. I don't want to do that. My voice does not hold up. My voice does not hold up when I am... I used to stream longer. I used to do a lot of 8 hours, sometimes even like 10-hour streams. And that's bad. That's bad for me. My voice by like hour 6 is already kind of starting to die. My brain, you know, I could do like good gaming for the first 4 hours. And then after that, it's like I have to chill out a bit. And I'm going to make a lot of mistakes in games and things because my mental energy is just used up because I talk so much. I talk so frequently. My words per second, it's just crazy, you know? So I kind of like let it all out. And I'm unable to keep myself pulled back very far. I can do a little bit, but I really can't do too much. It's just in my nature and it's very hard for me to change. So I know myself and I don't think I could make a long, like 24/7 kind of subathon thing work with the way I speak and the way I act. I wouldn't want to do it. Now doing an event, I love that Evo. Doing an event thing, doing something that still has a timer and it's like I will stream every day for this long and I will do this kind of thing. I'll do this many more hours of this thing. Let's spin a wheel, let's do this, whatever. You know, like all sorts of fun events. That could happen in the future, definitely. But yeah, I'm not going to do like an overnight thing. No thanks. If I'm in meetings all day, my voice is basically dead after work. It was really funny because Bark did a nearly 2-hour seminar last night where he was teaching video editing and he wasn't even speaking loud. He was talking like this into the mic and he was like, okay, so when we're doing video editing with this, and then they go like that, this, blah, 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 blah. And he just talked and did a normal thing for about an hour and a half, 2 hours. And he messaged me afterward and he's like, how the fuck do you stream? My voice is actually dying. And I was like, oh yeah, yup. I tell people, anyone who ever says streaming is easy, or it's like not a real job, those kinds of people, I'm always like, okay, get on the microphone and grab a book or a script or something and just sit there and read it for 2 hours and see what happens to you. See what happens to you. And that is like a not even a quarter of what you have to do when streaming. That's a singular task. That doesn't even show the mental spend and the social battery and everything. None of that. And that stuff I think it's funny. Anyone who says streaming's easy is a fucking idiot. Yeah, they're just not thinking. they just are not thinking critically, you know? Okay, but didn't you do like a 20-hour Diablo 4 stream or something? I think my longest stream has been 14 to 15 hours, and that was one of my birthday streams. I think it was one of my birthday streams. It was supposed to be 12 hours, and then I was going to end after like 12 and a half or something. And then at the end, they did that thing where everyone's like, oh, we got a video and a kudo board. And I was like, oh, God. Because you got to watch the video, and of course they always get like way too many people for the video. Like, I appreciate all the friends, but they make you sit there and you got to watch like a fucking like an hour-long video of people going, it's your birthday, you know? No one does this in their physical human birthday. It's just like streamers. And then there's a Kudo board, and sitting there reading through all of it takes fucking forever. So I'm like, do I want the video, the Kudo board? Yes, I want the sentiments, but I don't want to have to sit there on stream after a 12-hour thing and then also have to go through all of that. Like, some of it is okay if it's like the closest friends, but when it when they open it up to a lot of people, it gets like it's like appreciated and hellish at the same time. It's such a weird mixed feeling, you know. Ugh. There was also 15-ish stream before Fruit's debut. Oh yeah. If a friend is doing a thing, sometimes I'll do like collabs with people and we'll just like sit there and keep going so we can raid into the person. Yeah. Yep. Do you do vocal exercises pre-stream like singers do? I do a little bit. I do some vocal exercises, but more so a lot of like facial exercises, because what happens is when you talk as fast as I do and as much as I do, your jaw and like your cheek area, those muscles, especially toward the back of the cheek area, toward the back of the jaw, but on the outside of your face, they can kind of like get tight a little bit, and it affects how you speak and it affects how you feel after stream. You're just like, oh god. So I do some things to like stretch and make sure that that's not gonna be a problem later. I'm okay now. I used to have problems with TMJ on one side, but it like doesn't happen anymore. But I don't want to redevelop that, so, you know. One of my old jobs made us do a Kudo board for every coworker's birthday. That shit was horrible. You know what's genuinely been stressing me out? And I feel bad for it. Something that's actually been stressing me out a bit. I get every week, at least every week, a new person reaching out to me to do a video, usually, sometimes just a Kudo board for someone's birthday. Now, if this is someone I'm closer to or I've known for longer, I really want to do it. And that's fine. But a lot of the people I don't really know that well. And I'm like, what am I... Do I say, hey, no thanks, look, I don't know them that well, and I don't want to write something that's like, you know, not specific. It's just like, oh, happy birthday, haha, with my name on it. So they can be like, oh my god, Geega said happy birthday. You know what I mean? Or do I like rack my brain for something unique to say to this person, but I'm doing a new one every week? You know what I mean? It's like, I don't want to do it if it feels like half sincere. Like, do I mean the happy birthday? Yes, but like, how do you... I always knew you could do it. Like, what do you say? You know what I mean? How do you get out of something like that politely? Right, it's awkward, because it's like people I know of, but like I haven't really interacted with. Some of them I've interacted with, and that's fine, you know, because I have something to say to those people. But yeah, it's like stressed me out because I have to reject it. I don't know. It should be genuine, like get to know someone first. That's how I see it. Right. That's how I feel. Like I kind of don't want to do it if I can't like do a 100% full genuine one, because otherwise that's weird, you know? So like, but everyone reaches out for them and it's driving me kind of crazy, man. Madlib standard birthday message. Chat GPT, can you write me a prompt? Hey, Joel. Joel, did you see our new video? It's out now, so you can watch it. Yeah, I was just... that shit actually stresses me out, and I hate saying no to people. When it's something like that. I could easily say no to someone if it's like something I like do not want to do. Like I straight up hate the idea of it. But if it's something like that where it's like, if I had more time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But like, you know what I mean? It's just, it's weird and on the cusp. I don't know. I feel bad about it. It's very funny. Everyone should watch it. I was laughing so hard, Joel. And Joel, that was from 3 streams cut into like 10 minutes of basically like the best moments. So I might see if he wants to squeeze a second video out of it. I don't know. It was, he wouldn't have to squeeze it. He had to cut a lot of good stuff to make that short. I don't know. It was too good. Or maybe I'll make shorts out of the other stuff. I don't know. Either way, what a good fucking video. I'm really happy with this one. Because at first I was like, maybe let's highlight the game more and highlight what we're doing more. But then the more I watched like parts of the VOD, I said, no, I just want this to be like a worst moments compilation. You know? I was like, I could be like, oh, here's the narrative of the game. And I said, you know what? This one, it would be way more funny this way because of the way we are, you know? Your videos have been really good lately. Kudos. They've been really good. It's thanks to some of my planning out and then Bark with all the editing. Bark with all the editing, dude. Is that the We Were Here streams? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. These games were so... That game is so good. I kind of want to play the other ones. The puzzles are like... My brain loves them. My brain loves them. I love stuff like that. And there aren't many puzzle games that are co-op. It's basically just Portal 2 and that, usually. Tape Man, thank you so much for the 7 months of Prime. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, the editing is solid. I'm happy with it, and Bark's been doing some shorts for me so I can start posting shorts again soon, because I like focused on those more than long form at first, and then I flipped the other way. Now I just want to make sure both are happening. So, yeah, that'll come back. That'll come back. Woo! Woohoo! I heard the other with pretty good. Oh. It's not just pretty good. It's real good. It's real good. There was that one recently with the mom and dad dolls. I played it. I know what you're talking about. When they get shrunken into the little thingies. It Takes Two. Yeah, It Takes Two. It Takes Two. I played that with May. You know, Kitsune Spirit. We played it together so long ago, and that was like one of the most fun collabs ever. I love May. I was gonna show, she's doing a subathon. I've rated it to her during the subathon, so you should know that. But I was thinking Friday, because I wanted to show up for her subathon, and I was like, hey, what we doing? So we're probably gonna do something Friday the 14th together, and I'm thinking we might play Exoprimal. We're not sure yet, but I haven't done something with May in a hot minute. We talk so much off stream, but like not on stream, you know? So yeah, we might do that Friday. I don't think I'll stream it though. I think I'm just gonna direct you guys to her stream and just you know, send you guys to that. So whether she's still on the subathon or not, that should be happening Friday, I think. I didn't know Geega when I played that. It Takes Two? No, we did. That was when you did It Takes One. That's when you played it with yourself, right? It's been so long since I've played it that I feel like I could play it again. Because I don't remember the specific puzzles. I can think back to some mechanics and to some key moments of the game, but I played it like... It's been a couple of years now. It's been a couple of years, so it's like... It's unfresh in my mind, you know? You did play it yourself. I remember watching you play it. I remember watching you platform on the jellyfish section, specifically. I remember you platforming over jellyfish and jumping onto them and then onto the next ones. And I remember you doing like both at the same time. And I was like, how the fuck is he doing this with 2 controllers? It was nuts, dude. It was nuts. Insane. That's the one specific memory I have of you playing it. Like, I remember watching you do that moment being like, what the fuck? But yeah, I was thinking of asking one of the girls to play it. I don't want to say who. Not Girls FC, a different girl. Oh, speaking of Girls FC, Nina and I are supposed to do something together. We wanted to race each other in a game. Maybe not just me and Nina. Maybe me, Nina, and one other person. Maybe Mint, maybe Grape. Not sure yet. But yeah, we wanted to do something. Because there's like this other big collab that I was going to be in, but that keeps getting pushed back. And I was like, well, I really want to do something with you. So let's just do something else in the meantime, you know? Like, I was kind of waiting for that, but then I'm like, what if I want us time? You know, what if I want us time? Because we talk so much off stream, but then we do the least together on stream because everything I do with the other girls is in like a late time slot when she's not around usually. So, you know, I was like, well, you know I'm awake. Out of all the other girls, Nina and I are the 2 that are awake early. So I was like, there's no reason for us to not just be doing shit. So we'll see. Get Bat, you can have the most spread out time zones for the collab. It's so fucked up. We could do, you know what we could do? Something that's early morning for me. I could just get up earlier. Moriko would be awake and it would be late night for her. And then it would be afternoon for Nina. And I feel like we could do that. We could do that. That could work. That could indeed work. Maybe. Girls FC is Dinos in the Isle game. Dude, I'm trying to plan playing the Isle with me, Zen, Haruka, and Fruit. They asked me the other day, but was that when I was in... I think I was doing like some meeting. I think I was doing an editing meeting. that day, and I was like, oh, I gotta do like a long editing meeting to get a bunch of stuff banged out for the next couple weeks. So I don't think I can. So I was like, let's replan it. And so we moved to the group chat with the 4 of us, and we were like, Dino game? Dino game? Dino game? And you know, it was really funny. I don't know where Zen got the idea to play the Isle, but it became a thing, and she just wanted to play a bunch, right? That same day, earlier, I was talking to Milky, the artist, Milky Box Boy, who was here just before. I was talking to him about an art thing. And then while I was talking to him, he was like, oh, you know what you should play? The Isle. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember yeah, Dino game looks cool. I should play it. And then later, like, Zen, like, magically had clairvoyance or some shit and was playing it. And I was like, huh? We were just talking about this. It was just such a weird coincidence that I felt like she was in my walls. I don't know. Oh, XQC played it? Okay, maybe that's why. I was just like, how did she know? That's how you know we're sharing brain cells, dude. Scary as shit. But I do want to play it. It looks fun. I've watched it. I watched it many times. Milky's apparently played a lot. He was like, oh, well, when I play Croc, there was one game when I played Croc and I ate everyone. And I was like, oh my god, this guy loves the Isle. But it looks fucking funny. It looks fucking funny, dude. Heard a lot of weird things about his development and developer years ago. Yeah, I know. I don't talk like that. No, but I've decided you do. So, like, that's just how it is now. You're just gonna have to deal with it. You know? I also got to play Goose Goose Duck last night, which I am surprised I did well in because I've never played that game. I've never played that game, but thankfully they have like, there are a billion roles in that game. It's like Among Us, but better because it has all these different roles and things that make it really interesting. And there's like this information button and it shows you what roles are active in the game. Like these ones have been chosen, and I would just read them over religiously while I was running between tasks. I would like open it in a side tab and just keep reading them over to like, and I'd be like, okay, someone is the assassin, someone's the revenge one, the avenger, and someone's the party, and I was just like, trying so hard to keep track of everything because I was new to it. I thought I was the only one who was new to it. Turns out some others hadn't played it before either. But I ended up doing well. Because I think because I was reading over these so often, like, I don't know. I was tryharding a little bit. I was tryharding, but I feel like there were some other people that played it a lot, so I was like, I want to win. I like games like that, though. I'm good at Among Us, and I'm good at that sort of thing, so I don't know. I felt good. I felt good about it. I liked it. That stream was hilarious. And now I want to play it with more friends. Yeah. No, it's the game looked interesting. I thought it would be good, but now I know it's like incredible. Yeah. Thank you so much for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. If you got a sub gifted to you, say thank you now. Or die or something. I don't know. In Minecraft. Who knows? Haruka getting killed by the group after being gaslit was one of my favorite moments. There were some rounds where I was like, I feel like I was clairvoyant because I could... Here's the thing. There were a lot of rounds where I did not know for sure. I did not have real proof that someone was bad. Someone was a duck, right? But I could just tell when people changed the way they spoke. Like if I was sitting there playing poker with these people, I just think they don't know how bad they are at acting. Like they're all so bad. My favorite is whenever Haruka's pretending, I can always tell. She always goes, "What? What do you mean?" And she and then when Mouse was fake crying, I was like, are you seriously believing her right now? Melody too. Melody, when she's like, it wasn't me. I didn't do anything. And she has this specific like tone that she takes on where I'm like, all right, you're faking it. I was able to tell with most everyone, even Shota. Shota has like, He does it too. I don't know, just a little bit. It's a little more subtle. But like, you can tell by the way he tries to explain himself. Some of the specific words he uses. The way he starts explaining the situation a lot more instead of just like not knowing what's going on. I was like, okay. So I was able to tell, Ross as well, pretty much everyone I could tell when they were lying. So I didn't really know like what all their roles are. I wasn't using logic to necessarily deduce all of it, but I could just tell that they were lying. So I was like, okay. All right. Not enough theater, huh? Yeah. Well, the thing is, I know most of those people, or I watch their streams. So, like, I know how all of them speak. I could just tell that they weren't speaking normally at times, so. You know? Ross forgetting to mute. Or there was a moment where Shoto was like... He was saying he wasn't the killer, and then at some point in the middle, he's like, well, I said something, blah, 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 when I killed this one. And we were like, when you what? And he was like, anyway, he just, like, said it out loud. It was funny. It was so funny. I like games like that, but I feel bad that, like... I don't know if you watched, like, the first or second round. There's one round where I was bad early on, and I just acted like I didn't know how to play the game, because I actually didn't know, but I just, like, leaned into that, you know what I mean? And everyone believed me. And I was like, maybe I shouldn't act so hard. Like, they're never gonna be able to tell. I was just like, where's electrical? I don't... They were like, it's in the left hallway. What? There's a hallway on the left, you know? Like, I was doing stuff like that. So it was just fun. I like games like that, man. They're funny. They're funny. It was a girl. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, when Melody was like, it's a girl. What's a goose? Or I would when I was bad, I would always stall for time while people were trying to do their voting, and I'd always be like, what does this role do again? And then someone would have to open the information thing and like read it out, and I'd be like, oh, and then I'd ask a question about like a specific about how it works. I'd be like, does that mean that like they can see like this? And I would just waste their time. And I can't believe none of them realized I was just wasting their time, because I can open the information tab and read myself, you know? Which is what I was doing the whole time. I was reading religiously because I didn't know how any of it worked. Oh my god. Get better, people. Come on. You're gonna invite me to games like this that involve reading and memory? You gotta be careful. Gotta be careful. I watched from Henya's POV. It was really funny when she accidentally killed herself during a meeting. She did that to herself? I thought someone else shot her. Wait, now I want to watch other people's POVs. Who was streaming it? Who was streaming it at the time? The only one I knew for sure that was streaming it was Mouse. So I like paused her player and like went to a different tab and everything, so I couldn't see it, but Mel for a bit. Mouse, Zen, Henya, Mel. Okay. Okay. Shoto maybe? Sakuna on YouTube. Yeah. Okay. I want to go check back some POVs for some moments. I'm like so curious now. I can't spend too much time on it. I can't watch all of it, but like, you know. I was just laughing so hard in the last game because Mel had this task where she had to go fishing, right? On this one side of the map where she's just like completely sequestered alone over there. And I had the same task. So we both go over there to do the task, and we're sitting on the dock, and we're trying to play the game, you know? And we're trying to fish, and we keep, like, you try to fish, and sometimes you come up with nothing. So we keep coming up with nothing. We're like, oh, all right. It's just the longest task ever. And then we would, like, almost get something. We'd both be reeling something up, and we'd be like, oh. And then someone would die, and the body would get called, and we'd be like, okay. And it's just like Among Us. It's just like Among Us. Where when the thing gets called, it stops your task and you have to start again next time. So we just kept doing that, and like I managed to halfway through, I managed to get the thingy, and I got to go and do other tasks. Mel was stuck there the whole game. That entire game, every round, she was on the fishing task and could not do it. She kept coming up with nothing, and yeah, she rage quit after. And I don't blame her. I don't blame her at all. I was like, Mel, no, I just want you to be able to fish. It was so fucked up. It was so fucked up. Henya was trying her hardest to use party on corpse, but he kept not talking. Is he a shy person? Is he a shy individual? Cause I felt like maybe he was. I could tell like he really wanted some people to be alive to talk, otherwise like he would like not. Is he like with a very deep voice? Yeah. He never talks much? Okay, I mean like I don't know. I've like seen him in some collabs, but I don't know him that well. I do know his throat is I know there's something with his throat. I don't know any detail though, so I don't want to like assume, you know. It's more talkative when he warms up to people. Well, that's like most people, except for me. I talk more when I'm not used to someone. I actually find that I'm more prone to talking like and filling in all the space because I don't want them to feel awkward and like they have to like fill the silence. So I just talk more to fill the silence for them. Someone like you might intimidate him? No. Well, nope, let me not say that, because a lot of people, a lot of friends, people that I'm really close with, they're like, when I first met you, you intimidated me, and I wasn't sure how to talk to you, and I thought you had whatever thoughts, and then over time I realized that you just want to eat snacks and party. And you love talking, and I was like, yep. Yeah. Geega normally, people talk. Geega, when you know someone well, people talk. It's almost like I treat every new person like I'm already friends with them to make sure they're comfortable. What a concept! I think he conserves his voice. Yeah, that's what I think, but I don't know too well. I don't know. What I do though when I meet someone new is I tone some things down. There's certain jokes and certain methods of speech that I'll only use with certain groups of friends. And I gotta keep those, like, dialed back, you know? Way dialed back. It's gotta, you know, yeah, the jabroni core. Some people met me for the first time in Bounce. And the impression that people have if they met me and they just met me alone versus if they met me, but I was standing next to Mike, it's completely different. Because when we're standing next to each other, the jabroni core is like a absolute like positive feedback loop, and it just gets crazy. So there were people that met me while I was in conversation with Mike, and then, you know, they like passed by us or something, especially if we're off stream too. Oh, it's fucked up. So we'd just be popping off, and then they meet me again in Bounce sometime later, and it's just me, and they're like, you sound different. What happened? You seem much more relaxed. And I'm like, sorry. It's not that I was stressed before. It's just that, like, the imperative tone gets crazy. Geega talks very, very slow for me when I'm talking to you. Do I? I know I do that on purpose for some people, but I don't like think about it, you know. Jabroni critical mass. Yeah, exactly, man. Yeah, it's definitely that like single brain cell thing. That's the same thing like that horror gun I have, honestly, just with a different flavor. Where it's just us making noises at each other back and forth. The guy that stumbled onto you guys talking about Mayor McCheese's schmeat. Oh my god. I walk up to Mike. I put up a picture of Mayor McCheese and we start discussing Smash or Pass in detail, right? And then some guy just like walks up and is walking past us while we're in the middle of this. It's me and him and Fred was witnessing. And some guy just walks up and he's like, hey, what's going on? And Mike is in the middle of being like, well, I think his meat would feel so good in my mouth. And he was like, what? And like in the clip, you hear the guy go, what? It's because Mike was like making an argument for why it might be a smash, and it was fucked up. It was so fucked up. You hold back with Henya, I've noticed. Yeah, well, okay. Her English is really good. It's really good. But I get frustrated, genuinely, when I'm sitting in a group of people and one person struggles a little bit with English, and people, like, they keep using certain words that you know they're not going to know. They keep using a lot of filler words, right? I speak very matter of fact. A lot of people say like and filler words a lot in between things, because instead of formulating a full sentence and then saying it, they're just talking and talking and talking. So they go, yeah, you know, like, well, I was asking her, no, I was asking him when I was, right? They start doing that when they're saying something about a story or trying to retell a thing. It's not even big vocabulary. Henya knows, like, a lot of difficult words. It's more like those sorts of in-between words. People will spit a lot of those out. Not even just and like, but a lot of other vague terms that don't give context to what you're saying, because they're trying to figure out what they're even trying to say. And when they say a lot of that kind of stuff, someone whose second language is English, they're not going to understand what you're saying. They're going to pick up the vocabulary individually, but all that in between makes no sense. They can't tell when something should be just like retconned or thrown away. They can't tell which of those words are important or aren't, you know? And yeah, it's very frustrating to watch people do that in front of someone who, like, doesn't speak English completely fluently, because I know they're not following it. So a habit that I have now is when someone is sitting there and saying something in front of one of those friends, and they give a lot of weird filler that is hard to follow, I always reiterate what they say. As if I'm saying it for them, but I'm actually saying it for the person whose English is a little rusty. And people will go, they're saying whatever, and I went, oh, so you mean you wanted to go north? And they go, yes. I knew what they said the whole time, but I'm just, you know, saying it for the crowd. Whenever I could feel people aren't understanding, I'm like, all right, let's clear this up real quick. Then you clip where she Googles what oral means. It's always funny to me when a chat is, like, so against their streamer learning about such things, as if that person isn't an adult. It's and then I get a sick satisfaction out of being that person on stream that teaches them bad things. Because it's so funny. It's so funny. Japanese has a lot of filler words too, at least when we talk. Yeah, I mean, every language has quite a bit of that, or can. It depends on the individual and how they speak, you know? She knows about all the weird shit she just knows in Japanese. Yeah, I would assume so. I mean, pretty much all of you know what pretty much everything is, except for really specific terms, maybe, that are not so common. So, like, don't be surprised. Don't be surprised at all, you know? She's a child at heart, after all, despite being adult. I know what you mean, but I hate sentences like that. Because there's a difference between saying someone is free-spirited the way a child would be, or like infantilizing them, you know what I mean? So make sure you just ride that line, like, just one step behind it. No, not my innocent little 28-year-old. Yes, some streamers are like a lot of YouTubers are like over 24, over 26 even, and it's like and then their chat, because their voice is high-pitched and they don't talk about buttholes every 2 seconds. Someone says the word butthole and they're like, no! And I'm like, come on, man. She was on the internet in 2008. You know what used to happen back then? Come on, man. Come on, man. She's into gachi, she knows. Right, that's what I'm saying. Not just her, but a lot of people. Like, she's an example, but a lot of people. Her chat isn't the worst with hers, right? They're pretty good with it, but, you know. When I talk about the butthole... Yeah, Buff, I was saying some people infantilize some people, but they're a whole, like, 30-year-old woman. With a high-pitched voice. And I'm like, do you know how... They probably see more buttholes than you have, okay? Come on. You know? I think I saw a clip even when she was like, oh, you all think I'm too innocent, but it's just the English. I just want to know what is in English. I could teach her so much. I could give her the knowledge. Okay? It's a simple translation is all. It's a simple translation. And I am excited to be a trove, a wealth of knowledge. English learning collab We teach each other what certain things are in our languages. Oh. Ugh. Simple, really. Buff, did you see my latest YouTube video's thumbnail? I thought you would, in particular, would like this. I showed it to chat before, but if anyone has not seen it, because I know I showed it right at the beginning when I just started stream. Do you guys like this? I'm gonna get a drawn one to replace it, but I needed one for today. So it's an actual screenshot from the editing in the video. I did not put the hands on there, my editor did. And I rewrote the subtitles, but that's actually what Joel was saying at that moment in the video. I just want to note. I just want to know. I keep looking straight at the ring. When people draw the hands and they forget the ring, I'm like, fake fan. Fake fan, dude. You never got sent hello.jpg on IRC, and it shows. Okay? No one sent you a link to it on IRC. And I just, you know. You know. I have HD versions if Bark needed them. Share? HD? Like, like remastered? Enhanced? Share? Interesting. Interesting. That's cool. That's cool. That's what a doll's butthole looks like. Yeah. You've seen the tag, right? I'll take two. Would you say accepted English gives some people the weird impression that we're stupid, slow, or innocent? Yeah, I've noticed that. My whole life, a lot of my friends have been people with heavy accents of varying types. And I've always noticed that every time that people, if it's not some posh British accent, people hear an accent and they assume, yeah, that the person's either innocent or stupid, or they're like, oh, you're so cute, goo goo gaga, you know, or something. And it's weird. And it's so weird. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know. And then, God forbid, they have an accent and they have a cute voice because it's high pitched. It's over, dude. It's over. May! Aren't you doing a subathon? Thank you for the tier 3 for 29 months. I was just talking about you before because we were talking about It Takes Two, and I was like, oh shit, I played that with May. And it was fucking good. It was real fucking good. I grew up in a town with a large Mexican population and then went into software engineering. Accents are just normal to me. Yeah, I think it's just whatever environment you're used to. If you grew up in a place with a lot of different accents around you, you're not gonna treat people that way. But if you didn't, because it's such a unique novelty thing, you're just kind of naturally gonna do it. I don't think people do it out of malice ever, you know? Aaron Earned an Iron Earn video is my favorite accent video. Yeah, Aaron. I know people that talk like that, which is... It's so funny. They say Baltimore instead of Baltimore. Did you know that? Baltimore. I love my accent. I need to start letting it free. It's so hard for me to let mine out if I'm not talking to someone who also has it. I don't know. I just slowly over time, as I've talked to people without that much of an accent like mine, it just kind of like goes away. I used to have a redeem for it a long time ago. I used to have a redeem where people could like put me on a 10-minute timer. And then for 10 minutes, I'd just like, the first minute I'd have to try to bring it back. And then the next 9 minutes, I was just going crazy. Thank you for gifting a buff a sub username. Thank you. Thank you. You need to let out more. Candy talks about how much they love it. Really? I really should. I started, my mother visited recently. I talk to her on the phone a lot and I see her and meet with her in places, but she actually like stayed over and hung out a lot a while back. And she, just spending all that time with her, I started saying talking and coffee again. I couldn't say coffee. It just it took a solid 3 days to get out of my system. All it took was spending 1 day with her and then it was just back. Yeah, talking. I don't know. It's hard. Or I always leave the G's off of the ends of words. And it's, when I speak normally, it's not so bad. But when I have a little bit of an accent creeping in, the G's go away. Talking instead of talking. And it's to the point where I realize something. I really often will type and leave the G's off when I type. Instead of saying something, I'll say something, but I'll type it like something. And one of my friends pointed that out, and they were like, did you know that like 50% of the time you don't type the G's at the ends of words? And I was like, it's in my typing? And they were like, yeah. I went, oh, fuck. It is! I do it all the time. And I always have. Mine is T's in the New Englander, doesn't help. Oh my god. The other day, I think the most egregious one for me is ERs in the middle of words. If it's at the end, like whatever, I'll say whatever. But I was talking to a friend, and Liverpool was brought up. And I said, oh yeah, I had a friend from Liverpool. Just the R went away, Liverpool. And they were like, huh? It was like a really strong accent for a second. Liverpool. And I was like, oh, Liverpool. I had to try so hard. I feel like the way I pronounce R's a lot of the time sounds like kind of strong in a certain way, because when I trained it into my speech more, it was like a concerted effort, you know? You definitely still have some of an accent, like words. You said word. Oh, words instead of words. Oh, yeah, fuck. Yeah, I can't. Words. I can't do that. Words. Yeah, my vowels are still a little fucked up. A little weird. Words. I hear it. It's so slight, though. The one that kills me. These are 3 different words, okay? Marry, marry, and marry. Marry, marry, marry. They're all different. So many Americans would just go marry, 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 and that freaks me the fuck out. Don't do that. Oh, it freaks me the fuck out. I hate that. Stop it. Stop it. They're different. They're different, okay? I don't like that. Coolest accent? Mine. Mine, because it's familiar to me. You want to go back to Long Island and hear my aunt call my very Italian American uncle and oh my god, my mother always calling me a scutch. A scutch. How do you say? Oh, I say Mario. Here's the thing, I say Mario by default. But I know a lot of people with that name, and when I say hi to them, I call them Mario. Because that's what their name is. And that's how they pronounce it. They introduce themselves to me, and they say, my name is Mario. And I go, okay, Mario. All right. But I have another friend whose name is Mario. And they're Hispanic. Mario. And so I call that one Mario. So it's like, it depends on that person's accent, you know, and I just remember like how they say it, and that's how I do it. When I hear Nag say it, yeah, Mario Kart. I laugh so hard when people get pissed off because I hear him say it and I hear Mike say it, and they both go Mario, yeah, playing Mario Party, and the whole chat goes ah. Geega confirms Super Mario is Hispanic. Well, anyone that I've ever known who is Hispanic and has that name pronounces it Mario. And then anyone who's like Italian says Mario. It's just how it is. It's how it is. The Jesus Jesus scenario? Yeah, pretty much. Henya also says Mario? Really? I love Nags' New Jersey accent. Yeah, what? He's from Jersey and then ended up in Staten Island? It makes sense for how he sounds. The Jersey accent, I think most people can't tell the difference. I don't think most people can tell the difference between Jersey and New York accents, but they're different. Depending on what, like, even down to small neighborhoods, they're different. No, it's not Boston. What the fuck? No, it's not. Unless you're just bringing up the Boston accent. But he does not have that. Jersey? No, this is how they say it. Jersey. New Jersey. And a lot of the Z's sound like S's. New Jersey. Like that. And that's what's funny. And that's more of a New Jersey accent. New Jersey. Mike insists he says Mario and then won't believe us when we say he says Mario. He gets so mad. I brought it up to him once. He gets so mad. The running gag. Oh, it's the running gag that people say he sounds like he's from Boston. No, I get people all the time that like will come in and hear someone who's clearly from like New York or Jersey and say, "Oh, you sound like you're from Boston." I'm like, "What?" I see them do it to streamers all the time. I'm like, "What are you talking about?" What? You could tell it's if you look or sound like Pauly, then you're from Jersey. If you sound like Pauly, you're from Jersey. There are a lot of people that look like Pauly D that are not from Jersey, though. That's just like a young Italian guy thing. I don't know. That's just how it is. Running gag, famous Bostonian negs. I think it's funny because he would hate. Correct me if I'm wrong. He must hate the Red Sox, right? As far as baseball teams go. Because, you know, love the Mets, baby, love the Mets. He must hate the Red Sox, right? Yeah, Red Sox, exactly. They're like mortal enemies. So saying he sounds like he's from Boston is like even worse. Even worse. Yeah, he's a Mets guy, right. A lot of people from New Jersey are. There's a few New Jersey accents. Mine is a mix between South Jersey and Philly. Yeah, they're very different too, like North, Central, and South, because it's like a different state depending on what chunk you're in, you know? Jersey accent here in Liverpool activated me like a sleeper cell. Yeah, Liverpool. I know. All the Northeast accents blended together until I listened for a sec. You gotta watch films or shows that are about those locations. For example, watch The Sopranos if you want that strong Italian, specifically New York City accent. Watch The Sopranos. Okay? Simple as. Watch The Godfather. Watch The Godfather. Or, if you're looking for Brooklyn, The Realist, watch My Cousin Vinny. That's the one. That's the one. When Mona Lisa Vito... Sopranos was Jersey, yeah, but the actors all had like very New York sounding accents. They still played Jersey characters, but their accents were like way more you know, the Utes, yeah. I just rewatched that show, Love Sopranos. I need to rewatch it. I haven't watched it in forever. The Mona Lisa Vito scene, right? In the, what's the word? The court. When she shows up and she's talking about, they bring her in because she's a car expert. And she's some woman from Brooklyn. So when they bring her into the court and she's there to be an expert on cars, everyone's like, who the fuck is this? And she comes and she goes, my name is Mona Lisa Vito. She just introduces herself and you're like, Vito. You hear it and you're like, oh God, this is the most Brooklynite woman I've ever heard. She goes, well, this car was a 1964 Buick Skylark. And it's like, when I hear her talking, I get like war flashbacks. My brain activates, okay? That's the sleeper agent call, is when she says Buick Skylark. Because she pronounces the R very lightly. The R doesn't completely go away. Skylark, do you hear it? It's slightly there. And when I hear that, I'm like, that's Brooklyn. Like, nowhere else do they do that. The pause attraction, Jerry. Yeah. Jerry, the pause attraction. Yeah, no, I hear it and I'm like, oh my God. And then I something wells up inside of me and my speech changes. My speech just morphs. That's how your grandma talks. Oh, dude. My grandma's accent is like, it's a very old accent. Very old. And she was part of this group of people that tried to speak more properly, be a proper girl, but she still had that accent mixed in. So she has a very weird accent. And then one of my grandfathers sounds like this. Ready? Yeah, well, see you tomorrow. He sounds like Gene Kelly. He legitimately sounds like Gene Kelly when he talks. If you've ever watched like an old Gene Kelly film, he legitimately sounds like that. Well, I was trying to go with the car out to the blah, blah, blah. See you tomorrow. I'm like, what? What? He sounds like an old-timey radio announcer. Or when he starts to slip into like more comfortable speech and he's like not trying to sound proper, because he always had to try to sound proper. He starts going, he says damn a lot. He goes, I can't find the damn thing. I can't find the damn thing. Where is it? The damn, what's the word? The damn, like, the damn glasses case. And he just says damn 1,000 times. And he has more of a standard accent. And then he remembers that he's supposed to speak properly. He goes, all right, well, see you tomorrow. And he just goes back to it. It's really funny. Really, really funny. Which plays West Side Story. I don't remember the movie version. I've seen it in person a bunch. And everyone does the accent differently, so I don't even know. I don't know where it's supposed to be, like for real. I don't know what the characters' accents are properly supposed to be. I just know what people interpreted them as. You know? Everyone in my family sounds like Robert De Niro in The Irishman. Robert De Niro, Danny DeVito, Joe Pesci. Put them in a pot, boil them, and mix them together like a soup and drink them. That's the accent, man. That's it. That's the one. Really, it's... Joe Pesci sounds like a lot of the Sicilian people that specifically were in, like, working class jobs. A lot of them sounded like that. Because there's two accents. There's two accents from the same group of people. And one is the people who had, like, normal working class jobs. And then there's the ones that were like upper class. A lot of them were like scientists, lawyers, whatever. They still had a heavy accent, but they tried to speak in more of a proper way. So they sounded a little more like The Godfather at times. And then the working class population of those same New York City Italians sounded like Joe Pesci. And it's hard to tell the differences sometimes, but they are there. You would love to drink Danny DeVito? Oiled up or not? Did you watch Succession? No, I didn't. But people were saying it was good. I don't watch a lot of shows, but I was thinking about it because it was recommended to me so much. You like it, I think? What's it about? What is it? I didn't actually look at it. What is it? It's like when I hang out with all my Southern friends, my Texan accent really comes out then. Yeah, sometimes you just need to be in the environment. Especially if you spend so much time on the internet with different people with different accents, everyone kind of normalizes. One of the funniest things to me still, do you guys know? Some of you probably know this, but do you guys know Robert Ross is Australian? He's very Australian. And you don't hear it until he goes like, yeah, something, true. And you're like, what? True. You're like, what the fuck? But like most other words, he doesn't really like say with much of an accent. And he says no pretty normally. He goes, no, I don't think so. No, yeah, true. He doesn't have the nor anymore. The noi. He doesn't really do that one too much. Yeah, he's from Perth. Right. And he just went there for family. Why do you think his family's there? Found that out when you raided him a couple days ago. Yeah. Oh, yeah, he used... Oh... Hold on. I'm personally very proud. When I rated him, he was drawing thumbnails. And I gave a thumbnail prompt, and he ended up using it for his video. Here. It's a good video, too. It made me laugh so much. There's a point in the video where, Here, I'll tell you a sec. Here. This was my prompt. I described the thumbnail and said, hey, draw this, and he drew it. It came out really well. It was like exactly what I had imagined. I love when like you talk to an artist friend and they're drawing a thing and you go like, what if you did this, and you describe it and they're able to just make it happen on the paper. I can visualize it, but my hands, because I've never really practiced drawing, are so incapable. So incapable. But yeah, it came out really good. For anyone who doesn't know, Ethel's colorblind, but specifically like red-green colorblind, because usually when people are colorblind, it's one type of colorblindness, right? Deuteronomy. What is the other one called? I believe what he has is Deuteronomy, whatever it's called, something like that. But yeah, so he can't really see red-green. That yeah, that's the one that he has. So there's this point in the video where he's basically placing some colors down. The doo-doo one. He's placing some colors down. And everyone's looking at the little color palette he makes. And he's like, this is the color palette of a character. Draw the character. And they're doing that over and over, trying to guess what character it is and drawing it. And there's one where there's like this light green color that was actually supposed to be, I think, yellow. He just can't see green, so he couldn't even tell there's green in it, you know? So people draw something. Someone drew Shrek. They saw the green, and they saw some red in there too, which he also can't see red. He thinks it's just like brown, or it looks like brown to him. So he thought he had yellow and brown. They ended up drawing Shrek, because Shrek wears this little, you know, coat thing, vest thing, and they made that red. And he looks at it, and he's like, oh, Shrek. Yeah, no, it wasn't Shrek, something. And then he just slips in there. He was like, yeah, because, you know, like, Shrek is red and stuff. And I was like, no way. No way he hasn't seen the memes and seen the word green a million times, and there's no way he doesn't know that Shrek is green. I could not tell genuinely if that was real. I think that was a joke, right? But the way he delivered it in the video made me laugh so hard. I was like, no fucking way. I think he was memeing too. I think so. He talked about it last night on stream. Okay, yeah, because I was like, there's no way. Because I were talking about green. He's gotta know. Isn't there also blue and yellow colorblind too? Tritanopia? Is that the word? Is that the word? Something like that. Something like that. Is what I think that's the. Is that blue yellow, or is that both blue yellow and red green? I don't know. Let me look this up. Hold on. What if I find one of those like red green things where red green colorblind people cannot see it, and then I send Aethel a picture of a butthole, but it's in a way where he can't see it? What do you think of that? Would that be mean? Types of color blindness. You know what I mean? Like it's like abstract goatsy or something. I know someone that is monochrome, they can only see blues. Really? Oh, here, let's see. Deuteranopia, tritanopia, protanopia, monochromacy, achromatopsia, deuteranomaly. Oh, I'm understanding how this is. Okay, let's see. Let's see what the definitions actually mean. Red-green, deuteranomaly. It's the most common type of red-green color blindness. It makes green look more red. It's mild. Protanomaly makes red look more green and less bright. It's mild. Protanopia and deuteranopia make you unable to tell the difference between red and green at all. Okay, so deuteranopia is the one that he has, right? Blue-yellow. Tritanomaly makes it hard to tell the difference between blue and green, and then between yellow and red. Tritanopia makes you unable to tell the difference between blue, green, purple and red, yellow and pink. Also makes colors less bright. And then complete color blindness, which is called monochromacy. Makes sense. And then some people can see practically only one color. Got it. And it's usually because they have like a mix of these. Oh, you can have multiple of these and like end up only seeing one or two things. Oh, I see. I see. They got some color charts. Wait, let me get a chart. Let me get a chart, because this helps me like tell what's going on. Here is a good example. Hold on, I gotta save this image. No. I am screenshotting this image. Actually, some of these palettes look really nice, and I'm like, wow, the world might actually look really cool in that palette. Wow. Ah. So normal is the left, then each set of two columns, they're showing what those colors would look like to someone who has that thing. So you can see like, it looks like Protanopia. It looks almost the same as Deuteranopia, so I don't know how correct that one is. I'm not sure, but the second one is what Aethel apparently has. Woo! Wrong button. This one. Is this correct? You know? All of them looks the same? Do you need to get something checked? Oh, actually, no. I could see there's more contrast in Protanopia. for the top two. You see the top left one on Protanopia is darker, but then if you go to the second row from the bottom and look at Deuteranopia and the Protanopia, you can see there's less contrast there on Protanopia. Because they were saying that some of these conditions, the brights, some things get less bright, they get more dull with certain colors. So it makes it harder to discern those colors on like that second to the last one. Ah, okay. So they're not the same, it's actually different. I see. Interesting. Tritanopia looks crazy. It's like Bubblegum World. But like in a really nice way, actually. It's a nice palette. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Did you see the recent video he did with Ross? It was guess the character with only colors, and they were colors given by Aethel. You must have just clicked on the stream. Yep. Yep. I want to live in Bubblegum World. It does look kind of nice. But that's to you as someone who sees everything, and then you see that compared to everything, and you go, wow, how beautiful. If everything looked like that forever, it probably wouldn't stand out to you the same way. Yeah. Red and green do look the same. Ooh. Ooh. Get yourself checked. I remember Aethel, and I have another friend that has one kind of color blindness as well. And he was saying that those colorblind glasses, you know, people make videos where they're like, they can finally see color, whoa! They were saying that those glasses, you have to put them on and wear them for a while, and you have to, like, get used to them and adjust to them. So every single video you see where someone puts on the glasses and goes, oh, oh, and acts like, you know, they can see fucking everything, they had to have gotten used to it. So they're all complete bullshit, or they already trained on it and then they just didn't go outside yet or something. Logan Paul. Yeah. And it doesn't work on everyone, but it works on some people. I guess it's the type. I don't know. I'm not sure. Can't women distinguish more colors than men, or is that just an urban myth? I think on average, maybe, but I don't know if that's just because of the sample that they tested that on or what. I'm not sure. I don't know if that's truth or myth. Someone look it up. Some women have a fourth cone. I did one of those tests where it's like, they put two colors next to each other and they just have you continually click on like, which one was the same as last time, which one's different. Or which one is more reddish than the other one, which one's more yellowish than the other one, right? And they're like, as you take this test, the colors get closer and closer together. And I was able to do really well on that one. I was able to like distinguish a lot of things pretty well. And one of my brothers did it, and he was sitting next to me doing it, and I was like clearly able to distinguish between some things, and he just could not. He was like, these are both the same exact red. And I was like, no, this one's brighter. And he was like, oh, I don't know. Goblins, thank you for the full year. Thank you. I don't think it's that they see more colors, as they're more easily distinguished. Right. They have an easier time distinguishing between two similar things next to each other. But I don't think it's always women. I think it's just some people. I don't know. I don't know that it's like a women thing, or maybe it's on average. Maybe it's that women tend to be pushed toward more creative things hobby-wise. Therefore, a lot of them care about that and think about that their whole lives, and then they end up being able to distinguish that because of their environment and what they enjoy, rather than it being a natural thing, maybe? I don't know. That's my thought, is that it might be like, maybe not natural, but more environmental, if that makes sense. That's what I would think. Because then, like, any dude who's an artist would probably be in that same batch of people that are more likely to be able to distinguish between these things, because that person cares more about a lot of that aesthetic stuff. But maybe, who knows, maybe it's nature and nurture is what I assume. There might be a nature component as well. Color distinction is partially based on practice and patterns of thought. Russian treats light blue and dark blue as two distinct colors, and as a result they can distinguish more and finer shades of blue. Oh, interesting. I don't know the validity, but interesting. Oh, whoa, the snake is all the same color. Oh, no, a snake in the chat. Ooh. My theory is that women make this stuff up in front of men to feel superior. I hate that sentence. No, I don't think so at all. No. Japanese call blue and green the same as far as I know. No, they don't. Why are you guys telling lies in the chat? the fuck? I don't know, man. Culture almost always prevails over biology. In a lot of cases, it does. You've been told by your eye doctor that you have excellent color vision. Could we get like a sticker for it? I want a prize for my good color distinction, you know? I want something. That's what I want. You know? I'm actually the official to decide what the color green is. Oh, yeah, it's you. It's you who names all of the types of green. Yeah, that's the one. That's the one. I'm an expert in all I want, and I could say things my way yet, chat. What was that syntax? That was the hardest sentence to read. Oh my god. My dentist tells me I have great teeth every visit. Aww. You know what my doctors always say? My doctors always, if they check my ears, they go, "You have the cleanest ears I've ever seen." And they go, how do you clean them? And I go, Q-tips. And they go, "Oh, how are they so clean?" And you know what? I'm just built diff, and I just have the technique down, dude. I just have the superior technique.
My last
all right.
eye exam, the nurse took my preliminary and then offered to hold my hand to the next room. Was she flirting with me?
Were you perhaps shaking in your boots? Were you perhaps like, you know? Maybe. Or was it perhaps because, you know, it was a certain type of eye exam? I wonder. Do you clean your ears a lot? Too often. I'm tired of the dentist telling me lies. Your gums are bleeding because you don't floss enough, like they didn't just take the steel wire of a floss string to my gums. Dude. I floss every day. Sometimes with normal floss, sometimes with a water pick. I floss every day. And I don't really start bleeding at the dentist until they do one of like two things. They take the floss and they start doing it. They just go, and they just go all the way the fuck up there and like just rip apart my gums. Or they use the little metal pokey instrument that they use to take like, you know, calcified bits of things and pull them off. And they just start poking around and they stab me like 3 times. And then they're like, "Whoa, your gums are bleeding." And I'm like, huh? Huh? You stabbed me. You stabbed me multiple times and you're like, "Bro, you need to floss more." I literally floss every day with good technique. When I was young, a friend's mom was a dentist and I asked, like, "What's the right technique?" And this person gave me the most thorough, like, explanation on everything. Literally. Like I was so curious because I was like, I don't think I've seen someone do it like properly. All I've ever had was a dentist stab me in the gums, you know? Like, how do I do it? And she was like, "Oh, I could, it's, you know, here's the technique." And she even had, because she was a legit dentist, she had like the little thing so I could even practice it, you know. It was the right flossing technique. It's difficult to explain, but basically you have to get the floss in between the teeth gently and then get underneath, this is why it hurts so much when the dentist does it. But to get underneath anything that's there, so you're going along the gums, scraping along the gums to the edge of the tooth, and then picking up, out, grabbing anything up and out as you pull it against the tooth as you go up or down, you know, depending on which part of your jaw is. Let's say you're on the bottom jaw, and you do that a second time in that same spot against the side of the other tooth, right? Because there are 2 teeth that you're putting the floss in between. Right? You can, nowadays there's YouTube and you could just find like videos on it, and you actually should do it because a lot of people also like they go and they floss and they do like a half-ass job and they just pack shit down. You know? That's what I do. Yeah, use a pick. The picks are okay, but they don't actually get fully in between unless you have like space between your teeth. But yeah, there's like a specific technique to it, and I think it's a damn shame that it's not really taught well. So you could, there's so many things in life that you could be doing slightly wrong, not optimally, right? Like you're doing it, but it's not optimal, and you just never fucking know. You never know. It's weird. Searching how to floss only brings up weird dance videos. It's how to floss teeth. You'll be fine. Just put the word teeth in there. I floss with a sewing needle. Ugh. God. Ugh. Blech. I'm not good at flossing. I always get yelled at by my dentist, but I try. Hey, something is better than nothing. I'll say that right now. Most people don't floss at all, or not often enough. But you know, do you find the regular floss more effective than the water pick? They're similar. They're similar. If you use the water pick the correct way. You can't just do like a half job though with the water pick. You have to like get in there and stay in there for a hot second and hit like both sides, but both work really well. I think regular floss works better if you have a lot of crowding and your teeth are like pushed really close together, like it's very tight spaces, then regular floss will often work better, I think. In my opinion.
Studies have shown that if you were to do any one singular thing between flossing, brushing, and using mouthwash, flossing is the most conducive to good tooth health.
Yeah. Because, okay, physically, just using your tongue throughout the day, you kind of remove some things from the outside. The outside of your teeth, the fronts and backs, are getting constantly exposed to fresh saliva, which also kind of washes some stuff away. None of that is really touching the in-between. Okay? And that is a problem. Because that's the issue. That's the issue. So, you know, yeah, I think please just floss. Please do it, man. Need water pick because my inside permanent retainer. Oh, like the ones that they glue to the inside? Oh, yeah. Hate everything about this conversation is because you don't floss. Go do it, man. Go do it. I notice the floss doesn't get everything out. I still see food particles come out when using a water pick after flossing. Yeah, I think the water pick is the best. Like, you don't even have to worry about technique that much if you just get the water pick. It's actually one of the best purchases ever. But I have like I have like 3 friends that have become dentists or dental assistants. So like I've heard them talk to me about so much of this stuff over time. Over many years that I just my brain is filled with all this information because it feels when they're talking about this stuff, it feels like they know they're fighting against the world. They're fighting against a population of people that don't fucking floss, you know? And they know how bad it is to not do that. So they're just like, please, you have to, please. And they're like always, you know, having an entire crisis over this. So hearing them like complain to these extents like the world is ending. You know, you pick up some information. You do. You really do. My sister worked as a dental assistant for years and she's crazy weird about teeth. Does she keep them? What? Does she try to, like, steal your teeth? What do you mean? My tooth gaps are so small, it's hard to floss. If you have any issues like that, just get a water pick, dude. I just think everyone should. Everyone should. It's just a thing that sprays water at, like, a high pressure. It's like a mini power washer. A mini power washer. You just put the nozzle kind of where the space between your teeth would be, and it just goes and just gets everything out. It is the best. It is the best. Yeah, mouth bidet. It's literally, yeah, power wash simulator IRL. It's so good. It's so good. And you will find, yeah, if you brush your teeth and you think you got everything out, and then use a water pick to then wash in between and floss, you will still get so much shit out of there. Do you have a water pick affiliate link? No. Hashtag not sponsored. It's just so good. It's just so good. I can't. It's life-changing, bro. It's life-changing. It's the same way I'll always shill, like, you should get a good mattress. Right? You should get a good chair. You should get a good mattress. You should get a water pick. I need to make a list of, like, the top 10 things you should get. Right? Where's Seth when we need him? Seth! Seth, how do I... Seth. Where's our DM? How do I get an affiliate link for a water pick? I love it so much, and I want everyone to get one forever. There we go. Shit! Oh, you're right there. Well, that's what I DM'd you. I was talking about water picks and how they're the greatest thing ever. I have a water pick, but I just must not know how to use it, Lamau. It feels like I'm waterboarding myself. You're not supposed to like lean your head back and like drink all the water. It's supposed to come out, you know? Are you trying to like drink it? What are you doing? Are you okay? Are you alright? What's going on? What's going on? You know, put it in your nose? Yeah, like a fucking, like a neti pot. Do any of you use a neti pot? When you get sick? That is my favorite method of getting rid of congestion. A what? A what? A what? A what? Okay, you rinse your sinuses out with it. It looks like a little teapot, and it has a long, thin nozzle to pour the water out. You could put many things in there that are approved, but saline, right? Salted water. You mix that in there. Slightly warm, so it's not a shock to your system. You gotta be careful with those. Oh, yeah. You have to... Okay. You don't want brain-eating amoebas, right? So you have to follow their instructions on how to use distilled water. Use properly distilled water. Correct. If you do that, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. And then once you have the right thing to put in your nose, you put it in the pot, slightly warm, and you tilt your head completely 90 degrees to the side. And make sure the top of your head is pointed down a little bit, because you don't want any of this water going down like the back of your throat. You know, your nose and your throat are connected, right? You don't want it going there. So what you do is you start pouring the water through your upper nostril, the one that's closer to the ceiling while your head's like that, and it will go through your sinuses and come out the other nostril, assuming you are mouth breathing, right? It is the best. It feels weird if you're not used to it. Okay, it feels weird. But what it does is it takes that salted water through your nasal passages. First of all, it clears out congestion that's in there. And then it also dries out those glands a little bit that are producing the mucus. So you don't produce much for a while until they rehydrate. And I know it sounds so bizarre, but it's actually like my most favorite home remedy for something like that. Because you could put all the Vapo Rub on you want, which Vapo Rub's pretty good too. But that mucus is still being produced and it's still like in you. And it's got to come out some way, or you got to like choke it down if you're a little freak, right? But the neti pot gets that shit out for real and treats your glands for a bit. That is the best. That is the best. But yeah, like we said before, be super careful, because if you don't use properly distilled water, like you have to read the instructions. You don't want to be putting things like that far into your sinuses that you're not 100% sure are not gonna, you know, kill you. You don't want the brain-eating amoebas. You know what I mean? I thought it was supposed to go down. You thought you're supposed to drink the water. What the fuck? No, it's supposed to come out. It's supposed to come out. You're supposed to tilt the top of your head so far down and turn to the side so that the water could only possibly come out the other nostril. Neti pot chug? Where's Chugs? Where's Chugs? I have so much distilled water. CPAP gang. Oh my god, I can imagine. I can imagine, dude. Wonder if brain-eating amoebas give a good trip. Oh, go look it up. It is not good. They're drinking boogie water. Yeah. Like how you're actually tilting your head. When I talk, I like wave my arms around like a freak, and you guys never get to see it. But I like use my hands a lot. And then occasionally I put my hands down, but I'm always touching something. I'm always like fiddling with something. Because if I'm not fiddling with something, then I start talking with my hands. You know? It's the one or the other. Always. I use a neti pot because my sinuses are fucked and I get a lot of post-nasal drip. Yeah, exactly. I ain't putting shit in my nose. No, Heavenly, I'm telling you. I'm telling you, you gotta try it. You gotta try it. 3D gonna be crazy. You have no idea. You have no idea. Wait until you see my fucking legs, dude. Wait until you see how I move around. It's... it's fucked up. It's fucked up, okay? Yeah, one day hand tracking. It'll happen. It'll happen. It'll happen. I just don't know if I'll be able to get, like, gloves. I have very small hands. A lot of things don't fit me. So I need to figure out if I can get full gloves for, like, proper finger tracking, or if I should get, instead of gloves, maybe the little leap motion, so my fingies are tracked, but it's visual instead, maybe. But then if I do that, if I put my hands above my head, you won't see them, which I do all the time. I put my hands on my head when I talk, constantly. I don't know why I do that. I walk around with my hands on top of my head a lot.
I had bronchitis. That was a lifesaver.
The squeeze bottle. Yeah. You don't even have to use a proper neti pot. As long as you have a disinfected thing, you could just use, like, a bottle. Just squeeze that shit in there. It's true. Full mocap and do a backflip, nothing less. Look, physically, I am not 100%. I did my surgery and had a year before the surgery, that full year of, like, not being able to physically do much. I am struggling to do, like, not normal stuff, but normal stuff with weight is way harder than it used to be. So just keep that in mind. That's factoring into me kind of not pushing for 3D so soon, you know? I need to fix that. I need to fix that. Geega's gonna get likes before the metaverse does. I don't even know what they fucking have, dude. I don't even know. I don't know. The first time doing an neti pot kind of sucks because you're so stopped up, but once you get yourself cleaned out and stay regular with it, it's great. Right. You gotta quickly, like, follow it up. It's good. It's good. Okay, but could you do a backflip before that? I could, but I hadn't done one for a long time, so I don't know if I could, before that point. Also, I was very negatively physically affected for the length of about a year before my surgery, but I also was negatively affected before that, just at a lower amount, slowly over time, so, you know. It wasn't like a calendar year of doing nothing only. It was like a very slow burn leading up to a year of definitely not being able to do stuff. But it was, like, already not so good before that sometimes too. So I don't really know. I don't know how long it had been. I have done a backflip in my life. I will say that much, definitely. Yeah, stacking debuff. Exponential. It was exponential. Was what it was. Oh! Thank you for gifting Roy a sub. Anonymous gifter, thank you so much. Thank you. Hope you get back to full strength quickly. I can't do it quickly. I'm gonna do it as quickly as I can, though. Yeah. But I gotta do what I can. What I can in the meantime. Are you able to start building back up yet? Oh, I already am. Yeah, I already am. I'm doing a lot with body weight, and then I'm adding normal weight in slowly. I'm doing a lot of, like, planks and stuff, right? Planks, and then a lot of, like, holding things in positions, like holding a heavy object above my head with my arms slightly bent and just holding it there. You know what I mean? Yoga with weight involved. That kind of stuff. Just holding a lot of positions. Because the thing is, the incision sites could have a problem if I'm doing, like, powerlifting, right? If I'm like, okay, I'm gonna pull this weight up, and then I'm gonna hit the snatch, and then I'm gonna lift it up. Like, no. No, I can't be doing that with a lot of weight. That's just not a thing. So instead, they were like, they give me a plan of do these things at these times for PT, and then eventually I'll be able to do that stuff. What are these new standing ab exercises? Yeah, it's even stuff like hold a medicine ball or a kettlebell or something above your head, right? Or in a certain position, like clutch your chest or whatever, and then, like, slowly move in a certain way and then slowly move in another way. That kind of stuff is the best way to build up, because you don't want to, if you have many different incision sites, you don't want to herniate something, right? So the way I work out has to be in, like, a specific way until a certain time. You know? Body weight as in no weights? Oh, as in no weights or very little? Well, at this point, I can have a little weight, and it's fine, which is kind of what I've been doing. But up until a certain point, yeah, like none was allowed. None was allowed. Why'd you get surgery? I had to cure my shminitis. He is secretly ripped with large muscles. Once upon a time, I was pretty ripped. I was pretty ripped once upon a time. And then once I couldn't really do stuff, I became not ripped. And right now, I am not ripped. I still have some like legacy muscle, you know, like that still exists. But I want to get size back, you know. I'm gonna build up. Can you imagine what that must be like? Only a month of recoup from my arm was a nightmare. Yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot. It's a lot of like, not just the surgery recovery itself, but like slowly getting everything back from that period of time where I couldn't do anything, you know? So it's more that than just the surgery recovery at this point, you know? If that makes sense. I'm also quite ripped. Yeah, we all know. Of course. Of course. I've lost 71 pounds since my neck surgery back in mid-March, and it's very slow going for me. 71 pounds since a neck surgery? Holy shit. Yeah. It's insane, right? How much things can change. Absolutely insane. I lost over time with not being able to like do everything properly. I lost many pounds of muscle. That was the biggest difference. I never really had a lot of body fat, so that wasn't really like much to be measuring, but it was like the muscle loss from not being able to keep up on it. Not being able to do like various sports and stuff that I would do regularly that would keep me in shape. Ugh, but I want to get back to it. The thing I really want to get back to is I want to be hiking. I've said that a bunch of times. I want to be hiking. And I wanted to do that this summer. And I keep waiting for a day where it's not 1 billion degrees and hot as fuck. But it keeps being 1 billion degrees and hot as fuck. What is it with the past like month? Oh my god. I know it's summer, but usually there's at least a day where it's like bearable. I feel like everywhere, yeah, the past 2 weeks, everywhere, it's just been fucked up. And I'm like, I can't even like go drive somewhere really far to better weather and go hike. It's like hot there too. You know what I mean? Oh, it's so bad. It's been bad on the East Coast, yeah, and the whole damn coast, everywhere, and far inland a bit too. So hot, man. Ugh. So glad I found a community that goes to the gym. Well, some of them do, some of them don't. And we don't shame if you don't. We just encourage. We do. Also, Paul, thank you for the gifted. No, thank you for the fresh sub, not gifted. Thank you. We've been breaking records lately. Yeah, I know. It's 100+ degrees for 2 weeks in a row where I am. What the fuck? Yeah. Yeah, like I was like, oh man, I'm now at a point where I can go hiking again. Woo! One of my favorite things. Let's go. And then it's like 5 billion degrees. I can't do it. Oh. I'll just be inside. I'll just run around with my cats a lot until it's a little better. We do have a health and exercise channel in the Discord, by the way. Yes, we do. If you want like accountability buddies, or you want to post like what you're doing. I've been doing this recently. Oh, look at my gains, you know. Go for it. Go for it. My indoor cat recently got stuck outside with this awful heat. Oh, yeah, I'm glad you found him. Oof. If they're not used to it and they don't know how to properly keep themselves cool, it could be actually really bad, yeah. I virtual hike. That's one way to do it. It's almost like Peloton, right? You can go on a treadmill and just find other people's hiking videos and just walk on that while they're hiking. And you can sort of trick your brain into thinking that maybe this whole walking on the treadmill thing isn't so boring. This is why I mean to destroy the sun. I've been telling you I'm going to kill the sun one of these days. I'm going to kill it. I'm going to do it. It's been hot as fuck here in Texas, especially here up in North Texas. It gets hot as balls in the summer and cold as fuck in the winter. Not that cold. It does get cold. Not that cold. Trust me. Trust me. Cats are surprisingly well adapted to the heat. They do pretty well. They do pretty well. There were some outdoor cats that I've taken care of. I'm a proponent they should always have indoor cats. Don't ever have outdoor or outdoor if you can avoid it. I know sometimes you can't, but like always have indoor cats. But I've had outdoor cats that I've taken care of before because they could not be indoor cats. And they did fine in the summer. I just provided them areas that were fine, you know, areas that were shaded and cool enough, and they had a lot of water and everything, and like they were good. They just need water to drink, food to eat, and places to chill out, you know? And they'll just sleep through it. They'll just sleep through it. Outdoor cats get fleas so easily. Oh, they almost always have fleas and worms. Almost always. If you take in a cat from the outside and you already have pets, or even for yourself, because they usually have fleas, you have to take them in and put them in like a bathroom, take bath mats out of there, anything that fleas could get into, take them out of there. Just leave the pet in there. If you have a shower curtain that is fabric on the outside, take that off. Only have the plastic one on if you have a plastic one. You know, all that kind of stuff. And then let them hang out in there, and then bring them to a vet, give them flea baths, give them flea treatments, whatever you can. Whatever you can. I think I read modern cats are descendants of desert dwellers. Many are, but a lot of them also adapted to colder climates later, too, because we're so many, you know, generations down for them. So, you know, it just depends. My boys will never know the temptations of outside. Yeah, no. Well, no. Both of my cats were found outside at some point, but one of them was found outside when he was very young, so I don't think he remembers at all. The other one was out there until he was like 7 months, maybe? I think? Yeah, around there. So he's known the outside, but he spent the rest of his time inside. And I always, this is one of the luxuries I allow myself. The AC is on all the time. All the time. We are temperature controlled in here at all times. I am like almost never opening the window. Never. If I want outside air, I go outside. If I have to air things out, I will. But otherwise, this shit is enclosed, okay? Completely enclosed. It is a box of perfected air. And my boys live in it. To take the cats for walks, I could not. There's too much around that would spook them, or other animals that would like go for them. I could maybe put them in a cat stroller, but even then, it's too loud. It's too loud. They'd get freaked the fuck out. I could do it somewhere else maybe, but not here. Not here. AC air is just optimized outside air. I mean, it's still what's it? Yeah, it's outside air brought in and conditioned. Stuff still gets inside. It's not 100% filtered. Me, a dude who kept the windows open in the winter when it was -20. I used to be like that. Where I would I would do that. And I would open the windows when it was like winter. In my own bedroom back when I lived with my family. And I would keep it cold because my room was just particularly hot. It was really, really hot and I couldn't stand it. So I would just live in like an icy tundra. That's what I always did. My cats literally attack big dogs and win. My cats... I think they'd just fucking die. They would just die. They would think they were so tough and then they'd just pass away, dude. They're little bitches, you know? Little bitches. Positive pressure air, yeah? I don't know. Systems are different in different places. I don't know, man. I had a roommate do that when the hot water cut out, the fucking dumbass. Oh, I don't like roommates. The roommates I've had have always been family members. When I first moved out, I moved in with a brother. And it's always been family members because I just never wanted roommates. But I understood that going and living on my own was expensive. So for financial reasons, I did want a roommate, you know? But no matter how much I like a lot of my friends, I just know I can't live with a lot of them. I'm not good at sharing like my space. I don't like it. So yeah, I always picked family members. I always tried. Because I just could not do it. No thanks. Going back a few minutes, my girlfriend moved into an apartment for the summer term but had to leave after a week because the owner had taken in an outdoor cat and infested the apartment with fleas. Oh, God. Yeah. People just take them in without thinking. God, yeah. You have to, basically, if you take in a cat, you have to assume it has fleas. And you have to assume that the fleas are everywhere. And you have to start treating everything as if there are fleas everywhere. You know what I mean? Like, if you don't make that assumption, then they will just kind of be like sleeper agents. And FIV, yeah, that's the other reason why you can't mix them with your own cats if you have existing cats or other pets. They could have FIV, they could have worms, things that they can pass very easily to your own. So that's why you have to put them in like a bathroom that your other cats won't go into, or like, you know, they're like, there's protocol. There's protocol for it to make sure that nothing transfers. And you can take that cat in. You can find a spot and sequester it, and it'll be okay. You can do that sort of thing, but you can do it properly or you're gonna run into a problem, you know? We got rid of a roommate who opted for Las Vegas trips over rent. The remaining two are fine. Oof. I've had a few friends deal with that. Yeah. They've had roommates that have just been like, oh, I can't pay this month. And so everyone else is like, okay. But they can't give partial rent because some landlords will not accept that. And they'll be like, well, then you're all gone. We need full rent for this unit, however it gets to us. It depends on how your agreement is written up, you know, all that stuff. And some people just get fucked over if one person doesn't pay. Because they have to cover it or it's a problem, you know? It's so fucking unfortunate, man. Could you imagine rooming with Zen? I never have. I guess, I don't know. I don't want to room with any friends. I'll do it for like a trip. But like permanently, I don't want to live with anybody, dude. Just my cats. Just my cats. How do you make VTuber profiles? Go Google things. Google stuff. Hi, Hina. Hello. Hi, Salty. Can you rate how good I sound when Cabal smacks me back into the art hole? Absolutely. Username, thanks for gifting a sub. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate it. My uncle had a rental property. People removed all the pipe from the property when they left. Oh my god, were they trying to get the copper? Was it copper piping? Oh my god. That's fucked. That's fucked. One of my friends had a job where they would go and inspect homes. They would inspect homes that I think like were owned by a company that would buy them up from people that were like, they had to foreclose, all of that, right? And so many people would just go into these homes as soon as those people moved out and they knew that, you know, no one was living there, and they'd squat in there and then take all the pipes and the wiring. They would want the electrical wiring. They'd pull the wires out of the walls for the copper. They would do this shit all the time. Even if the pipes weren't copper, sometimes they'd still take them out and just like scrap them. Free money. Yeah. Fucked. It's so fucked. It would happen all the time. Squatters have gotten bad. Real bad. Well, because housing is crazy. So, like, more and more people just kind of, you know, they do the thing. Salty said I sent it to you. Hold on. I'm going to listen to it. Okay. Here. Let's see if you can hear it. Wait, here we go. It's Salty falling down a hole. Salty, you sound beautiful. It came out great. I'm rating it a 10 out of 10. Specifically getting like smacked with a pipe and then falling down a hole. I can envision it. The sound design is incredible. You sound great. You want the copper to sell. I want the copper to eat. We are not the same. You know, I really want that avocado toast. So as a millennial, I'm going to go and grab the copper pipes out of this house no one's living in and sell it so I could get that avocado toast. I can't believe millennials are ruining bank-owned properties. How could they? They're ruining all the bank-owned properties. It's fucked up. It's so fucked up. Urban mining. It's called reclaimed piping. It's called reclaimed income. If no one's selling it, then like it's just sitting there and it should be reclaimed for the community. Yep. My neighborhood had problems with people stripping all the copper wires out when they were building it. They were going to the building sites and grabbing it. My God. I hate people sometimes. I hate people. You gotta do what you gotta do. I would like to acknowledge that there are systems that put people in these places, but at the same time, like, come on. Upcycling. You know what I mean? I feel both ways about it. Yeah, don't destroy your communities. Exactly. Don't go to like a house that some normal middle class person bought and strip the wiring out of it. That's like not, you know, that's not it. It's not it. Phone company decided to not install new lines when someone did that at one of the developments. Oh, God. Yeah. Theft bad. Right. No matter who it's toward. If it is illegal, it's bad. If it's doing wrong by someone in some way, it's bad. I'm not saying to go do that to a rich person. I still think that's bad. And I know everyone right now has the rich mentality or whatever, you know, whatever. I don't subscribe to all of it. There are different ways we can handle these things. And we're not going to launch into a whole conversation about, but it's bad, okay? It's bad. It's bad. People be hating on Robin Hood. I think there are different ways things can be done that achieve the same effect. That's what I'll say. Different ways things can be done without you in particular getting in trouble because you decided to be like one guy doing one bad thing. There are things you can do as a collective that are way more effective. That's what I'm saying. Okay, historically, those sorts of things are way more effective. That's what I would like to say. I don't think the sentiments are off. It's just like the exact actions are not always quite the right way to go about it, is what I'm saying. Don't put yourself as an individual on the line for all these things. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Don't steal from your people. Yeah, it's the worst. It's the worst, man. Username, thanks for gifting Trevor's sub. Thank you. Thank you. Talking about guillotines. You know, I saw the funniest shirt. The funniest shirt in the world. Is a shirt. It just has a guillotine on it. And it just says, bring it back. It just says, bring it back in all caps. In like scary text. Every time I see it, I'm like, that's a strong shirt. That's you know, you can't even try to guess what the message is. That's a strong ass shirt. Jesus Christ. It's so good. It's so good. I love it. Yeah, the SpongeBob meme. Robespierre was a freaky guy. Love that Robespierre. I once had a pet named Pierre, named after Robespierre. But you know, you stop calling them Robespierre after a while because Robespierre's too long. It's just too long, and you just call them Pierre, right? What are we talking about? Have you been listening? What? Just listen. It's fine. What are we talking about? Didn't the guy who made the guillotine have it used on him like you bragged about the guillotine and someone used it on him, or am I crazy? I don't remember. That guy isn't paying attention? Yeah, that's a you problem. I'm lost. I was looking at your model. I don't care. Listen up. Pay attention. It's not my problem. Nina. Thank you for the 17 months. Thank you so much, Nina. Thank you. Okay, no need to scream. No! I will if I want to. He didn't make the guillotine, but he was guillotined. I see. No, but not... Wait, was Joel asking if that was Robespierre? Or was he just talking about the guy who made the guillotine? Whoever they are, did they get guillotined? What was the question? I don't know. It depends. The guy. Not Robes. Right. Yeah, that's the question I wasn't sure about. That's what I was trying to figure out. I don't know, actually. Who invented it? Who invented the guillotine, and did they get guillotined? Do we even know who invented the guillotine? Or is it one of those things where, like, 3 different people are like, oh, actually, I made it. You know? Flossing, water picks, stealing copper pipes, guillotine t-shirts. Yeah, there's a recap. There you go. There you go. Joseph Guillotine. But here's the thing. Did he actually do it? Or is this one of those situations where some doctor takes a thing from some assistant and then is like, I made it. You know what I mean? Just made it better. Many such things are like this in science. Someone does it, and then someone else takes it and, like, makes a few changes and then popularizes it, right? It's like having a disease named after you. Typically, when a disease is named after someone, if they were the one that to, like, discover the exact thing, the cause, or whatever, it's like a whole team of people. And usually they are on the team. They're not 100% taking credit for everyone's work and then, like, didn't contribute themselves. But usually it's a group effort and then, like, one person's name goes on it because they were the team lead, right? And it's... I get that. You can't name it after, you know, 6 people, but come on. Come on. The classic you made it, I made it meme. Yeah. Where the guy goes, I made this, hands it to another guy, and the other guy takes it and goes, I made this. I see people do that shit all the time. Joseph Guillotine proposed it as a more humane method, but he got someone else to build it. I see. I understand. He did not Edison the guillotine. He was contracted to make it. Oh, was he contracted to do a thing? To come up with a certain type of method? And he went, this would work. And then contracted out someone else to do the building. But he drew up, like, a basic schematic. Because that's what it sounds like. I think, you know, I'm behind that. I'm behind that. Then you're still the inventor, even if you didn't sit there and, like, make it with your hands, right? Please check DM once you're done with stream. Okay. Will do. Just don't floss on the guillotine is frowned upon. Oh, so rude. So rude. Building. Yeah. Building. What are you laughing at, huh? Building. Apparently some French guy named Antoine Louis and a German guy named Tobias Schmidt. Oh, as the 2 people that actually, like, worked on it. Interesting. Should have been called the Louis Schmidt Guillotine. Yeah, you can't name things after, like, all the people. You have to name it after the one guy. William Building. It's like the Mike Hawk thing, you know? Mike Oxlong? Is there a Mike Oxlong in the chat? Mike Oxlong? Typical. Yeah, me sorry. Yeah, okay. Yeah, with me. Only Mike Oxmall. Oh. Look at him. Look at him. That's I find the ones that, like, aren't sexual even funnier because they're so stupid. They're not even, like, good, you know? Look, is there a Luke at Tim? A Luke at Tim? Joking. Huge ass. What was the humongous? Do you remember humongous? And how incredulous that one woman got that some guy said his name was humongous. That was like my most favorite moment. The guy, humongous. And she's like, humongous what? Humongous what? And she was acting like she was being fucking attacked. Humongous what? And he's like, I just said humongous. What a fucking asshole she was, yeah. Oh my god. That was peak. That was peak. One of my most favorite moments on the internet. Because the dude's just making like a dad joke. He's just like, I just said humongous. Here's the thing. Let's say he actually said humongous ass. Humongous cock, right? Let's say he actually said that to her. When she's like, what's your name? And he just said that and walked away. Is that even harassment? I don't even think it is. I don't even think it is. If someone just makes a cock joke at you, not with you in the equation of the cock joke. They're just making a general one out into the air in your direction and then walking away. Like, that's not even harassment, right? I don't think so. It's not aggravated, right? So it's like, even if like she was like, oh, he actually was talking about his cock, like, I don't know. I would not personally feel offended, but it might, yeah, I guess maybe in law you could argue it. Depending, I don't know, man. She also did nothing wrong. Yeah, she was just a jackass. Yeah, like legally, none of this should have even mattered, right? It was just funny. Didn't he say hold my cock or something like that? I don't know. I don't know what was on film versus what was hearsay from her, what witnesses said. I do not know. All I know is that the only thing that was on video was him saying humongous. And that was it. That's all. Which is like, what's your name? Joe King. It's like that level of dad joke, you know? I love it, dude. I love it. What the fuck? What's wrong with jokes? Joel, have you seen the humongous video? I showed a Karen video a while back, my favorite. Of the one going, nah-uh, as this woman like runs after her in the Victoria's Secret. That was one of my favorites. I miss like a lot of the older internet videos like that. Because nowadays, okay, after a lot of that stuff happened, people started staging these all the time, right? A lot of the early ones were real and just outrageous, and you know, there are enough people posting on the internet that some real outrageous outlier kind of case gets posted. That's fine. But nowadays, because too much of that, like those things went viral and got so many views, so of course people see that and they're like, oh, me too, and they just like stage it. It's so annoying. Most of them are TikTok rage engagement now. Yeah, they do things that you can tell. Okay, this is the meta now. A few different things. Rage bait, right? Where you do something that would piss people off, right? Like they start a trend that is rude. For example, do you remember cupping? They would go to a McDonald's drive-thru or some sort of drive-thru. They would order a drink. The person in the passenger seat would be filming. The person would hand the drink out to you, and they would grab the drink and then grab it as hard as they could so the drink splashes everywhere, and then laugh and drive away. Now, those people didn't actually think that that was a cool thing to do and funny and that it wasn't an asshole thing. They were rage debating. They were aware that it was awful, and they were doing it because it would get so much engagement because people would share it and be like, what the fuck is this, right? So much of that. People wasting food. Yeah. People would get, like, mad over various levels of it. Yeah, or, right, grabbing the ice cream cone by the ice cream. At least that one, it was just the person in the car grabbing it who was affected. It would not get on, usually, the person handing it out, right? So they didn't actually, like, cause that person a problem. I still was pissed off that they were just filming them at work, though. Like, that one? I was like, man, you're like, haha, their reaction's so funny, but, like, they're just an employee on their long McDonald's shift. Like, why you gotta film them, bro? I feel like that would make anyone mad. Anyone at all, you know? I'm starting a new rage bait trend where I steal chat souls and cast them into the deepest depths of hell. New rage bait. I walk up to people and push them over and go, ha ha ha, isn't this so funny? Oh, huge Balzac, welcome. Welcome. Stop harassing people. Thank you, TikTok. Right. It's not just TikTok. It was happening before. It started on Vine even a little bit, but Vine cracked down on it more when you reported, and you're like, this is like, I don't remember what it was, but you could say like, this is not good behavior, right? Even if it wasn't like an illegal thing, you could still report something and say like, this is terrible behavior to encourage. And Vine would consider either shadow banning it, like just nerfing it so it doesn't get engagement, or taking it down entirely. They don't do that on like YouTube or TikTok, like bad behavior, because there's too much volume of stuff. They wouldn't be able to handle that, right? I am not necessarily one for censorship, but at the same time, like if this is a privately owned platform, come on, man. There are certain things like, yeah, like public disturbance, maybe, right. Things that are iffy in certain countries. If it's like iffy and could be argued that it's maybe illegal, I feel like, take it down, dude. Take it down. I don't like it. But you need a lot of people to do that. You need a lot of people manually reviewing stuff, so I don't think you can realistically, right? I don't know. Lower their social credit score. I feel like on paper, I'm like, oh, that system's great. But like, on paper only. You know what I mean? There are times I look at it, I'm like, not in practice. Not in practice. No. They call it antisocial behavior in EU. Yeah, it's like being a public nuisance in the US. I don't know. I think there's certain kinds of justice that are maybe outside of the legal system that can happen. I remember being in a store and seeing some kid like take out every ice cream and like take the cap off and then like throw the cap on the floor and put the ice cream back. And he was just doing it. His friend was filming him. And it was like, he wasn't doing the lick the ice cream and put it back thing or anything like that. He was just like taking the caps off and throwing it on the floor. And they were like, Lamau, so funny. He's so crazy. He's so crazy. So crazy. And some like adult man, probably in his 40s or 50s, just kind of like walked up to them. And he just leaned near the kid and he said, do that again. He was just a huge fucking guy. He just walked up and because he probably didn't want to get charged for assault, so he didn't like grab the kid. He just went, do that again. And the kid was like, oh, we're just filming a thing. He's like, you gonna put those back? And the kid started picking them up. He said, pick them up. So the kid starts picking them up. And when the kid was holding them, the kid goes to kind of like put them back and he goes, no, you can't do that if it doesn't have a thing on there covering it because now it's tainted. Who's gonna pay for those? And the kid was like, oh. The kid was a little young, so they weren't like old enough to be a total asshole about it. You know what I mean? They were just like, oh. I don't know how it like panned out. I just kept walking. And I wish I like figured out what happened after that. But I just remember watching this guy be like, what are you gonna do about it? And then the kid realizing they like fucked up. I think this was before everything always had that little peel inner lid, right? Now they always have this like heat sealed thin plastic bit that you have to peel off. They didn't always used to have that. Sometimes even still they don't have that. It was at a time when there weren't many. So the kid was realizing that they just threw the caps on the floor and now they got to put those floor caps back on and they were like, oh. It was just funny. I just remember the kid being like, and then I walked away. And I was like, all right. Someone say taint. Hey, Ryuko. Welcome on in. Welcome. You hate kids? I don't love them. I don't like them. I don't enjoy them. Some are okay, though. Some are right. Bluebell, my beloved. Do you have a favorite ice cream brand? What do you guys like? If you're buying it in a grocery store or something. Is there one that just like absolutely fucks? Because I discovered that Tillamook is my favorite brand now. Out of all of them, their shit's good, okay? Several of you saying Bluebell? Moose Tracks, that's a flavor. I'm talking about brand. Turkey Hill. Halo Top. Turkey Hill Briars is always your go-to. Store brand is bussin', it can still be good. I like Tillamook. You know, I was on this grind set, okay? I was looking for ice cream that had more actual real cream used in it and less filler, because a lot of ice creams, what they do is they add a lot of ingredients for texture and then they keep adding more of them because they don't have to use as much real cream in the ice cream. They just fill it out with like xanthan gum and stuff. And there's a big difference in the, not just the texture, but more so the flavor and everything, and what you're actually getting, what you're actually eating between those. So I was looking through a lot of different brands, and I was checking the amounts of different things, and I was like, which ones are actually like, because there are these shops that you can go to that make their own ice cream on the spot, and you know, there should be some like xanthan gum and things like that. There should be some, because it does actually help texture as it begins to melt, genuinely. But like a little bit, you know? A little bit. And I found that Tillamook was one of the brands that had like one of the highest, as far as things you can buy in the store, amounts of like normal, regular cream-based stuff used in there. And I was like, okay, thank God. Thank God, because I felt like I always had to go to like a shop that custom made it for that sort of thing, and then it's so expensive. I don't want to eat a shit ton of ice cream, but like still, you know? But yeah, that's my recommendation. Tillamook's so good. Yeah, their cheeses are incredible. They have ice cream sandwiches. I've never seen those. I gotta find them. You like Haagen-Dazs? I still like Haagen-Dazs, yeah. I do. But Tillamook is crazy good. And I like their cookie dough flavor because the ice cream base is cookie dough flavored with cookie dough chunks in it. It's not just vanilla bean base. Oh, it's so good, man. Ugh. I got local ice cream from a farm with their own cream. They're so good and cheap. Yeah, if you have a local thing, that's usually the best place to go, because they'll usually not use much filler or anything. They're in that business. They're doing it right. If it's a small shop, but most store brands, you know, anything that becomes mass produced, they're like, well, how can we slightly increase our profit margin? Oh, we could use less milk, less cream, more xanthan gum. Are you a fan of Carvel? Carvel's not the same. Carvel's not the same. However, the ice cream cakes fuck, and it's not that the ice cream's that good, it's because the mixture of all the things together with the little crunchies in the middle. Oh, it's so good. It's so fucking good. The crunchies, the chocolate crunchies, unmatched. The ice cream is okay. It used to be better. Went to the Tillamook Creamery in Oregon. The ice cream is so good. Oh, yeah. I saw that you can, like, physically visit the place. Oh, man. So good. I want to go. I want to go. I just like dairy a lot, okay? I just love dairy. When local brand was so popular, they went public and instantly turned to shit. It happens every time. That's why I'm always on the search for, like, mom and pop shops. I will always try all of those in an area before a chain. Chains aren't always bad. Or sometimes certain things within them are bad and other things are fine. But yeah, you just, I don't know. They tend to, like, shift over time. Scaling is hard. It's true. Doing anything at scale is always way more costly than people think. Scaling out horizontally, crazy expensive to do. So, yeah, they do have to cut corners and make more profit off of a unit. Because, like, it is that costly. It is. I think there is law in USA that they must put corn syrup in everything. No, there isn't. It's just common because it's cheap. It's cheap and very readily available, and it tastes real good. So, you know, put it in everything. The corn subsidies are insane. What it is they don't make it law that you have to use corn syrup. It's just really cheap because in order to help farmers live, they took the corn industry and they started subsidizing the production of corn. Because they wanted to... There are a lot of reasons for this, but one of the reasons is literally to just keep that industry the same, to keep it unchanging. So these people are subsidized to produce lots of corn. Corn is used for animal feed. Corn is used for corn syrup production. They put corn in, like, everything. Corn flour, you know. So now we got big corn going on. Corn syrup is super cheap, so we want to sweeten a thing. Everyone's just going to buy corn syrup instead of anything else. And it's fucked up. Used as a supplement in all the gasoline you buy, too. Yup. It's in everything. It's in everything. Yup. I think corn is easy to grow compared to cane sugar. Could be wrong. I think so. The yields are high. Yeah. We've got what? Corn, soybeans, potatoes. Those are the things that are just always being harvested. Wheat especially in the US. It's crazy. Canola, yeah. Not even potatoes compared to the other three, I think. Yes, Timmy, thank you for the Prime for 4 months. Thank you. Lobbying all stops keep corn subsidized. Yep. Exactly. We're literally stuck in corn hell. Soy? Yeah, I said soybeans. We're stuck in corn hell. And if you're like, hey, I wish we didn't grow so much corn and we grew other things because other vegetables are cool and I would like to eat things that aren't all made of corn. You just can't. You can't. The US government will be like, no, you will eat corn and you will like infinite cornscape. I don't eat that much corn or corn-based things. I go out of my way to avoid it. I go out of my way to not be, you know, covered in corn all the time. And if I do have something that is corn, I'm eating just corn. Not a corn byproduct, just corn. Geega and all the populace will be 67% corn by 2030. I can't wait. Stab me, cream corn comes out. I can't wait. The corn in a bunch of potato chips still bothers me. It's in so much. That's why I hate anything like Pringles. Oh, fuck, I hate Pringles. First of all, I just don't like them. But also, you know it's not all potato, right? 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 It's not all potato, my dude. It's not. Yeah. What? Yeah. They make a paste. They make a paste. This is how they make Pringles. They make a paste that they extrude out into these shapes, into these molds, and then they bake them. That paste is not only potato. Yes, it's ground corn as well. Hot. It's so hot the way they make those Pringles. Lala, I can't hear you. Lala, Pringles are good. I hate them. I think the texture is fucked. I don't like how this starts with paste. Yup. Yup. And it's fucked up and I don't like it. I think it makes the texture weird. I don't know. I just never liked it. You like that texture? Hey, if you like it, you like it. If it's not like a solid piece of potato, no thank you. No thank you. I don't want it. Same reaction I give when McDonald's nuggies are made from good yum. Yeah, they're also made from a paste, which, you know what? I think if something is made from a paste, it's not automatically bad. It just matters what it's cut with and do you like the end result. That's what matters, right? But, ugh, yeah. No, thank you. What crisps do you like the best? I don't really eat chips that often. Honestly, standard Lay's, but wavy. The wavy ones. Or Ruffles. Wavy chips, because I like more potato flavor, less outside, right? The oil and the salt and everything. Standard Lay's they're too thin. You're basically just eating like an oil vehicle, right? So I prefer something that is like a slightly thicker chip, so there's more to it. There's more potato in it, if that makes sense. Potato per bite versus the amount of oil and salt and shit you get. Never imagined hearing someone mention cutting something that wasn't drugs. Yeah, cutting something into something else is in my vocabulary, okay? That's just how it is. Sun chips are goated. Oh, they are good. They are good. Kettle cooked are my favorite. Something about them ain't right. I'll still eat them. I don't think they're bad, but something about it. Every time I eat them, I'm like, and I don't know what it is. I just always go, You get McCoys in America. I don't know what that is. Maybe we do, but I don't know. I'm not much of a chip person either, but if they were like in my house, I'll eat some. Yeah, I'll buy them occasionally, but I don't eat a lot of snack foods. I just eat full meals, and then when I want something in between, I just eat more of that food that I didn't finish earlier. I go and eat like tiny meats and cheeses, you know? pickles. Pickles. And such things. I don't know. Fruit. I like fruit a lot. I just don't eat, like, chips and fuck if I ever eat Cheetos. No way. You know? You remember McDonald's fries from back when they used beef tallow in the frying process? Oh, that was... When was that exposed? How long ago was that? I don't know. Steak McCoys are goated. I don't think I've ever tried them. Yeah. Worst chip I ever had was a seaweed chip. It was the most saltiest, grossest thing I ever tasted. Oh, like nori chips? No, there are a lot of people that really like that. I don't love the flavor of the ocean, so I don't like it that much, but they're still pretty good. A lot of people like them. They make like, you can just buy seaweed that's seasoned. Late 80s, early 90s, I think. Was that when they stopped it? Yeah. My favorite is Snyder's pretzels. Oh, I like pretzels. I know they're so boring, like just a plain pretzel, but I like them. I like them so much. Pepperoncini guy. Oh, you know what my favorite thing is? You know what always hits? You buy the hard pepperoni, okay? It's a small little log of pepperoni. It's hard, similar to a hard salami. You don't have to store it cold. You can store it room temperature because it's like super cured, right? Yeah, the pepperoni. And you slice that, it's like hard to cut through. It's got a weird skin on the outside that you're supposed to pull off, but you can eat it if you feel like a freak. The hard salami is the best. The hard pepperoni is the best, okay? It's so good. But there's usually like a lot of flavor, and the some of those pepperonis get like actually spicy a little bit. They're not crazy, but you know, some people can't do it. So I used to get like the real spicy hard pepperoni, and friends would be like, that smells good, can I have some? And I'd be like, yeah, and I would give them a piece, and then they eat it and be like, ugh! Like a summer sausage. Different. It's different. Look it up. If you hit someone with it, it would hurt. It would hit like a brick. I love those so much. The outside looks all wrinkled and fucked up. Ugh. Delicious, man. That's if like I don't know what to eat, that and pickles. I just really like intense foods to the point where when you bite it, you're like, ugh, and you make like a lemon face, you know, like you just bit into a lemon. I just spit that casing out. Yet you're supposed to remove it, but like when I was a kid, my brothers would like often like slice up bits of it and just like, they'd be like, hey, I'm having the pepperoni, you want some? And they'd like hand it out to each other. And they would always fucking forget to take the casing off. And so you'd like eat it, and then you'd at some point feel like you're just chewing a little ring of plastic. And you just pull that shit out. I'd always have to sit there and take each little slice and pull the ring off of the outside individually, because they would never take it off. And I'm like, dude, it's so much easier if from the beginning you just pull a chunk of that off. Like then you don't have to do it off of each one. But they'd leave it on every time. It would drive me insane. Absolutely insane. I don't like it. No time to remove. Oh, they had time. They had plenty of time, in fact. Way too much time. Probably good collagen and testing. I'm assuming it's not food grade artificial skin. Yeah, no. Not meant to be eaten, usually. Not meant to be eaten. Technically, if you ate it, you'd still be fine, but, you know. But then you get to suck the ring for the last bits of flavor. You get me. Okay, this might sound disgusting. That ring from the outside has so much embedded flavor that you can legit eat the pepperoni and then just sit there and suck on the little ring. And there was like so much flavor in it. Oh yeah. It's so good. It's so fucking good. The pepperoni skin that you're not supposed to eat, you can still extract flavor. Like bones on meat. Yep. It's the best, dude. And you know what? If you know, you know. And if you're like, huh, what? That sounds so weird, huh? It just means that you have not had the good shit. You know? You haven't had it. That ring tastes like the hand of every person who's handled it before you bought it. No, it's in another wrapper on the outside. It's either wrapped in paper or it's got like a plastic thing and it was vacuum sealed. It's fine. It's fine. And you know what? Working hands add flavor. You can wash the first two. Yeah, it doesn't let moisture pass through from the outside, so like you can just wash it. You can, dude. The pepperoni extraction. It's an experience chewing on the little outer pepperoni ring that, you know, not everyone has had. Some sausages have a fungus patina on the casing similar to cheeses. Yeah. And it's like this like weird not gummy. It's this weird crust. It's a very weird crust. And you know what? Sometimes the crust is cool. That's the same reason I crunch and suck on the peanut shells. Oh, one of my brothers used to always, when he would eat pistachios, we would never get pistachios shelled. The shells would always be on because it was cheaper. Like, it made no sense to buy them with the shells off. So we'd always be sitting there and, like, opening them with our hands. I'm, like, the master of cracking open pistachios. And he would eat the pistachios, and then because the whole thing would be salted, there'd be salt on the outside, he would suck on the pistachio shells. He would put this pistachio shell in his mouth and be like, spit it out into a bowl. The next one, because there's always two, you know, spit it out. Maximum salt extraction. And you know what? I feel him. I get him. It's so good, dude. It's so good. You do that with sunflower seeds? Yup. You gotta suck on the shell, dude. Doing that right now with sunflower seeds? Oh, yeah. You're sitting there with... So true, Geega. You used to eat the sunflower seed shells? What the fuck? Are you okay? Do you have a million sunflowers growing in your belly right now? Oh, no. Gotta hit that sodium count. I don't like very salty foods. I usually like undersalt stuff a little bit. Because it's just a lot for me. I don't know, just a little. I can't do it. I don't know. But those pistachio shells, dude, they hit. You gotta do it. Next question, Your Honor. Appendicitis speedrun. What, from salt? You'll be fine, dude. Look, if your appendix is gonna go, it's gonna go. You likely have a problem with a certain type of mucus production. Because it's the same type of mucinous cell that produces mucus, let's say, that is in your intestine. And if you're gonna get appendicitis because you have a blockage and, you know, and it starts developing, it's a you problem. You're just genetically, you got a fucking issue, okay? Sucking on pistachio shells, that's not gonna give you appendicitis, dude. If it was meant to be, it was meant to be. I don't like salty foods, meanwhile kimchi. Okay, true. You know what? I don't like salty foods, but then I'll just like... I'll just go sicko mode on it, dude. Oh, I don't know what to eat. Makes kimchi jjigae and just like... That's it. Like, just that. It's fucked up, man. It's fucked up. The human body is gross, and frankly, I'm embarrassed to have one. Yeah. You guys suck. Well, also, your name is Old Man Diabetes, so like, you know... Maybe you got some other issues. I don't know. If you die, you die. Yeah. Yeah. I had kimchi jjigae yesterday. I want some. You know what I haven't had in a long time? Samgyetang. But like really good samgyetang. The not many places make it because it's considered like a super simplistic food. It's like, you know. But also you have to put a whole tiny chicken in it. And I think if you're making it the right way, you put a whole tiny, kind of like a Cornish hen, a whole tiny chicken into the soup. And you know, most restaurants are not like carrying a bunch of those to make people's samgyetang. So they make like a version where they'll just cut parts of the chicken up and put it in there, or they'll just make a different soup all together. I miss having like standard, you know, whole chicken. Yeah, but it's a tiny one. You ever seen a Cornish hen? It's like, it's bigger than a pigeon, but it's a very, very small type of chicken. So you're able to put one in a pot and boil it and make a stew out of it. Oh, it's so good. It's so good. There's a lot of ginger. Ooh, I love it. Yeah, like pheasant side, kind of, yeah. It fits. You ever seen like a Korean stone bowl that they'll put most soups in? It's that same bowl. It's one that fits inside. Size of your hand. Maybe your hand, not my hand, but yeah. Pretty much. It's so good, man. It's so good. And not that many places make it properly, so I haven't had a good one like in a long time. But I can find my favorite, which freaks people out most of the time. I can still find good chicken feet if I really want them. Good chicken feet. Do you guys like eating chicken feet? I don't know if that's... I think that's a very not Western thing. But they basically like marinate them, and they get soft, a little bit soft. It feels like if you eat the end, the wingtip of a chicken wing. It's like that, okay? It's just like the wingtip. It's very similar how it's like a lot of cartilage connective tissue, like really crispy skin and stuff. Oh, they're so good. More of a South thing. Yeah, if they do it in the US, it's going to be a Southern thing, definitely. But I'm telling you, the Korean version of chicken's feet is usually done a little different. Just takpal, it just means chicken foot. And it's like, they marinate it so it's a little soft. It's like sauced the hell up. It is so good. I don't think they sell them here. Some places do, but you have to be in an area that's got like a lot of Korean restaurants, to the point where they're not all doing the same barbecue menu, you know? Jakbal, yeah, tukpal. Tukpal is the same thing, where it's pig's feet. Or think of like when they do like pork trotters. Think of that, but Korean. You know? Chicken, give me some of them frog legs. I never liked frog legs. I could never... Oof. I could never do frog legs. I never liked them. I don't know. I'd eat it, but I hate getting out the finger bones. If they do it right, the bones are so broken down that you can basically just eat them. It's kind of fucked up, but you almost can, yeah. And also, usually when you'd get them in Korea, they just like give you little plastic gloves. Instead of having utensils, instead of using chopsticks to eat them or anything, they'll just hand you tiny clear plastic gloves, disposable ones, and you'll just eat them with your hands. And it's so easy. It's so easy. Miss the crazy good Korean food back on the coast. Yeah, the coasts have good stuff, and it's like pretty well done. Some foods you still won't really find a lot of like traditional foods. I like never find like acorn jelly and shit, you know, those sorts of things. Not that that's the most popular with young people in Korea anyway, it's not, but like that kind of stuff you just can't find. And then yeah, sometimes like some simple dishes, it's annoying to make with the supply chains here, so they just won't put them on the menu. I don't know. You ever had pig's head? Oh yeah, pork like cheek is really good. The cheek meat on a lot of animals is actually really good, and people get freaked out by the fact that it's part of the head, but like, it's good, dude. I don't know. So glad we're getting larger Asian population over here. Our restaurants and stores getting items that we would have to go to California to get before. Yeah, the populations all over the US of like every group of people are shifting a lot. So a lot of areas that used to be like food deserts, they only had like chains and like really shitty standard American food, are now starting to get better restaurants opening up, and I'm glad to see it, because I hated I hated traveling anywhere and I couldn't find anything good. It was just burgers and like fucking Cracker Barrel-esque food everywhere, you know? And I was getting real tired of it. It made me like hate traveling if it wasn't to a major city. I wanted to enjoy traveling. And yeah, a lot of these places are starting to be a little better. A little better. Cracker Barrel aware. You don't love going to the Cracker Barrel? Ugh. I've had to eat there many times, and it's not the worst thing in the world, but I don't think it's good. I don't think it's good. I think it's edible. That's what I think. I don't think I'm allowed. I have a very close family friend. Very close family friend. An old man from the South. An old man from the South. Who has a kind of deep South accent. And dark skin. And we would go... There were times we traveled and he was with us. And we'd walk into like a Cracker Barrel in the middle of nowhere. And every time we'd walk in, he'd always make one of the same 3 jokes about like, how long do you think I'll be in this establishment anyway? every time it was just funny as fuck, dude. Every time he would crack, like the way he would tell the jokes too, because he's just a funny guy. He's just like, he lives and breathes comedy. Every sentence he says is already funny, and he would just walk in and he would go, "You think they like me here?" And I'd be sitting there crying and throwing up, because he'd just keep looking back and forth in this way. And he was joking, like everyone was usually actually pretty fine with him, because he was a nice, respectful guy, and you know, they were like, "Oh, he's so funny," and you know, maybe it was a little weird the way they would act, but they were usually like, "Oh, what a funny guy." you know, Tinky Tonks, thank you for the prime. But it was funny as fuck. My stepdad does the same exact thing, and he's the one who wanted to go.
Geega salute.
Yep. I have a specific memory with this friend. A specific memory of we went to a restaurant, and I was real little. And he was taking me there, and they had it was I think it was a Red Lobster, because we were in the middle like of again a food desert. They didn't like have anything, and they used to have, I don't know if they still do, they had those lobster tanks. They would have lobsters in tanks at the front, and that was like the appeal. Ooh, you can go to the Red Lobster and you can see the lobsters in the tank, and ooh, you know, or whatever, live lobsters. And I remember going to the Red Lobster with him, because he mostly likes to eat like fish and seafood and things and vegetables. He doesn't eat a lot of red meat. So he and I are there. I'm like very little, and he's much older, and we look like an unlikely pairing, but you know, I would like act amicably toward him, so people didn't really like say much. They just whispered. They were like, "Why is she with him?" It was funny, but it was fine. He was one of my best friends. So we were there, and I see the lobsters in the tank, and I'm like, "Oh, can you touch them?" Because I'm very little. And he was like, I don't know if we can if we can touch them. I don't know if we should, but can I? Absolutely. And I was like, "Touch it." And he reached into the tank at Red Lobster, and he grabbed a lobster, because they have rubber banded claws, you know, their claws, they can't open them, and he just takes it out of the tank. He just takes it out of the tank. He's just holding the lobster, and he's like, "You want to touch it?" And I was like, "Oh!" And I was like, I knew like you're not supposed to do it. I was joking, so I just backed up, and I was like, "I want to touch it, but you're supposed to put it back. No, they're gonna see." And he's like, "Touch it, touch it, touch it." I'm like, "Ooh!" And so I start touching the lobster. And we're like playing with a live lobster at the front of Red Lobster. Keep in mind, this is a southern black man, and I do not look like him, and we are together. It's just us two. So a waitress comes out, a host who's supposed to seat us, and is like, "Huh?" Sees me and him in the Red Lobster. I think I'm like 5. I'm literally like 5. Again, this is a super close family friend allowed to babysit me, you know. And we're just in the Red Lobster, and he's holding a lobster, and I'm like petting the lobster, laughing, but also telling him to put it back. I'm like laughing, going, "Ha ha, put it back, ha!" And the host just walks out and is like, sir, you're not, the lobsters have to stay into the tank." And he goes, "Ah, okay, we used to catch these all the time." And he just throws it back in the tank and like tosses it, and it lands in. And he's like, this is the guy who taught me how to go noodling, by the way. He just throws that bitch right back in, and it just lands. He's like, "All right." And he just like, he like wipes his hands. He does, you know, wipes his hands together. And he's like, "Table for 2. And I'm just nodding. I'm like, "Table for 2, you know?" And she seated us. She like, that woman did not want any of that, because he's like a huge dude, you know. She's like, she didn't want any of that smoke, so she just was like, "Okay." And she just seats us and we eat. And this is like a core memory I can remember. And every time he sees me, he like tells me the story over and over. It's so fucking funny, dude. The way he just took the lobster out, and she just was like, "Okay." Did he order the lobster? No, he didn't. He had shrimp. He would always order shrimp all the time. Shrimp or some other types of fish, but like he just wanted shrimp all the time. Ugh. So stupid. He didn't even order lobster. Come on, man. The fuck is noodling? Catching catfish with your arms or legs instead of just like fishing with a hook. You still use a hook though at the end. Shrimp is better than lobster? I think so too. I like lobster, but shrimp is better. Shrimp is just, it's goated. It's better. Easier to farm too. Way easier to farm. But I don't know. I was hoping he would order the lobster, but he usually doesn't order lobster anywhere we go anyway. He always eats like, he likes haddock. He likes, you know, most standard fish. If a place has catfish, he will eat it. That's his favorite. It's just catfish. Not many places when you're up north will have it. But yeah, he usually goes for shrimp, but that's my favorite too, so we'd always split it. Not really a fan of sea bugs in general. I still like lobster. I still like lobster. I just like it when it's like heavily flavored with something else. The most garlicky butter you've ever had in your life. Good. Great. Lobster, not highly flavored because you're supposed to enjoy the beauty of the lobster flavor, the sweetness. I just like don't like it alone, which means I don't like it enough. You know what I mean? It's good, but it's not that good. It's not that good. Scallops are your seafood go-to. You like catfish, but it's surface to put sauce on. Oh, you're supposed to take catfish, fry the shit out of it, and sauce it up. Make it spicy. That's what you're supposed to do. Yeah. That's what catfish is made for, man. And you know what? I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it, dude. It depends on what kind, though. Some catfish are a little... Some don't taste so good. It like, what is it? Blue catfish is... It could be a little funny. It could be a little funky. Catfish, hush puppies, and corn all soaked in butter and lemon. Uh-huh. It's the good stuff. Grew up in Maryland. Love that Old Bay and Maryland crab. I don't like crab, so like... That's the thing. When people go to Maryland, they're like, oh... Like, if I would go there, they'd be like, oh, we gotta go to a crab place. We gotta take you to a crab place to try Maryland crab. And I'd be like, I'm sorry, I hate crab. But not only do I not like crab, even if I liked crab... The process of sitting down at a restaurant that serves you crab, when they just put whole crabs in front of you, you have to do so much work to eat like a little piece of the claw, a little tiny leg. It's so annoying. Yeah, it's labor intensive. And like if you go and you're really hungry, you're gonna be so pissed, you know? It's one thing if you go and you're not like in the hangry zone, but if you're getting there, you're gonna get so mad. And in those restaurants, people legit get mad all the time because they're like, nah, trying to get to the meat, and you see people like throwing the little, what's the thing? It looks like a nutcracker, you know, the thing to crack the, you know, the little pinchy thing to crack the crab shell. They give you those, right? And people will like throw them down and be like, oh, I can't do this. Claw crackers, I'm just calling. There's fake crab eaters I know to get all the meat. I mean, I know how to get all of it. I'm just pissed off that I have to try for more than like a solid 2 seconds. Like if it's not super fast, it feels so like, ooh. I don't know. If the restaurant doesn't give you a pair of shears, they're actively fucking with you. Yeah, that's the thing. Sometimes they just give you the thing to crack, but nothing else. And I'm like, oh, I don't know. I don't like that. Gotta suckle on them crabs. I just find it so annoying to do. So annoying. So I prefer Alaskan king crab, easier to open, lots of meat. Yeah, because then you crack it open and there's a lot there to eat for a bit before you have to work on the next part. I don't know.
They're
a little tiny crab, it
to
sucks.
Make you work for the food, work up that appetite XDD.
If I go to a restaurant, I do not want to have to like work for my food. If I'm making it myself, no complaints. No complaints. I go to a restaurant, I don't want to deal with it, man. I don't want to deal with it. I'm going there and paying for a service because like I just, you know, no Korean barbecue. That's not like hard work though. Korean barbecue is just, you're allowed to take it off of the grill at the time you want it. Which means I can eat my meats not like overcooked because I prefer things cooked really rare. Great. I have no complaints with that. There's a utility reason, you know? The point of a restaurant is to not prepare it yourself, yeah. But also if I do Korean barbecue, I'm gonna go to like all you can eat, you know? And I'm gonna go with no food in me. and I'm gonna go have like the absolute meat gauntlet of my life, and I'm gonna eat every bit of everything I possibly can. And I'm gonna walk out of there, like lean back, like, you know? That's how you gotta do it. That's how you gotta do it, man. They season and marinate it for you ahead of time. Oh, yeah, exactly. They give you also all the little side dishes. It's so annoying to make them yourself. And I know typically in Korean households, you like make it and you keep in containers, but you know. Brazilian steakhouses, oh, when they walk around the room and they just like stab the table with a meat spike and they're like, do you want the meat that is on this spit? And you're like, yes. And then they start cutting the meat and you grab it with your little tongs. It's a fun little experience. I love it. They just walk around, would you like this steak? And I'm like, yeah, give me the steak. It's the best. I never don't want it. Exactly.
Looking like a Pokemon ball, you're not doing it right.
Yeah, you have to be completely gorging yourself, you know? Hey, barbecue, when you have a friend who's good at cooking is the best, but once you become the most experienced, it's a bit less so. Yeah. I like get mad and I grab the tongs and start like moving things around. I don't know. What bothers me is some restaurants don't let you touch the food. They don't even leave the tongs. They come around and like move stuff. Kashima, thank you so much for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you. But like that's the worst thing. You sit down and they're cooking the food in front of you, but you can't touch it. And then they walk away. So if you're like, I don't want it to be medium. I want it to be very undercooked. I want it to be rare. You can't get it rare because they walked away with the tongs. That shit should be illegal. They should have to like leave the tongs there. Whenever a place does that, I get so mad. GBC, thank you for the 7 months, and Oddman, thank you so much for the Prime. Thank you. They have Vshojo everywhere. Is a California thing. I think they're like everywhere now. I think most major cities have at least one at this point. I'm pretty sure. I just take the chopsticks, honestly. I always get an extra set, and then one of those is like the ones that are fine touching raw meat. And we like move the food around with those, and then you have your ones that are just for eating. What's the point they take the tongs? That's what I'm saying. Like, it makes no sense. Makes no sense. I don't know, man. I just shouldn't be allowed. Just raw dog it with your bare hands. Yeah. I just grab the meat and flip it with my fingies. Simple as. No, if you use chopsticks, they're often not long enough. You all end up getting like, you know, little bits of oil popping out at you, and you're like, ah, as you're trying to reach in and flip it as fast as you can so you don't get singed. Just give me the tongs, dude. Just leave them there. Just leave them there. Or I'll freak the fuck out. You know? I'll freak the fuck out. I actually ask for them if they leave with the tongs. I just go, could you leave them here? And if they say no, I'm like, okay. And I just stare at them. Sometimes they feel bad and they're like, all right, fine. And they'll be like, just don't flip it too early. And I'm like, okay, all right. Whatever you say. I don't know. I think a lot of the time it's because people will order pork belly. And you gotta be careful with that. People don't cook it long enough a lot of the time. They forget how long you're supposed to cook pork for. So I get that, but come on, man. Just let me do it. I know what I'm doing. Sir, the waiter or the tongs? The waiter. And just stare at them until they give me the tongs, you know? I don't say a lot of words. I just go, mm-hmm. Can I have them? And I just ask every time until they give them to me. Because people, you know, they don't want to deal with the questions. They don't want to deal with it. Lamb is better anyway. Lamb is the best, but not like a cook in front of yourself on a little barbecue kind of thing. I ate undercooked pork belly once and was sick for 3 days, never again. Oh, yeah. No, you can't. You can't. You gotta be so careful with it. It can really fuck you up, dude. What's the plan today? I will play a little bit of a game that I played this week. A little bit, and then collab later. You know? Verka! Thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you so much. I was actually thinking today that there was going to be a different collab happening earlier, but that group chat has not said anything. So I don't think that is happening. And I was kind of assuming this whole time that at some point people would be awake and be like, "Oh, do you want to do the thing now?" But no one came. So, okay. It's fine. I just chat. Pork is a bitch to cook properly if you lack experience. No, you could just... Pork... Slow cook it. Slow cook it. No matter what cut it is, some better than others, but if you, like, don't know, you just slow cook it. The best thing, it's like one of the cheapest cuts. Country-style ribs. They're not really ribs. Country-style ribs is what they'll call them. Slow cook that shit in a broth or a sauce of your choice. Anything. Anything, and just slow cook that shit. And it is so good, man. It is so good. And that's a not too expensive cut. But literally any pork cut you can do that with. Get a slow cooker, or get a pot that has relatively thick sides and a thick base. And put it into whatever liquid you're going to put it into. Bring it up to a boil, put it down to a simmer. Put a lid on it, a very low simmer, and then leave it. Very similar to doing it in a crock pot. There you go. Done. Pressure cooker, my beloved. Oh, that's... I mean, I love a pressure cooker. I have one, but yeah. I don't recommend everyone use it if they're, like, scared. They're actually not that hard to use at all, but, you know. Last Cape barbecue place I went to was all you can eat and had ramen as an option. You know... There are a few places like that, and one of the things you can do, yeah, is you can get, like, fresh ramen noodles and then throw them onto the grill. It's, like, semi-cooked. There's this thing, basically, they throw noodles into a lot of soups and stews and stuff, and what they'll do a lot of the time is they'll parboil them in just water to loosen them up, and then throw them onto a grill with whatever's left on there. And you get, like, the meat juices. You get some sauce that they'll throw onto it. Oh. It's so good. It ends up being, like, stir-fried noodles. I want that. I want that! Learning how to reverse sear a pork loin is pretty satisfying. Ooh.
Once you try pork, sous vide, you will never go back.
I think most people don't have the mental energy to sous vide stuff. It's like... It's a process, and most people just don't want to do it. But sous vide is like, it's goated, man. It's goated. Brisket is the most rewarding thing to make it the right way. Yeah, yeah. That's my goal, is if I can be in a place where I can nicely set up... Well, technically I could set up a smoker, but that's what I want. I want, like, an outdoor smoker so I could do, like, overnight brisket. That's my goal. I wanna have a smoker. I just need, like, I would need, like, a bigger space for it, I think. To not have it, you know, float on into this place, all the smoke. Smoke brisket whenever I can. Yeah, yeah, that's what I want. You can even do it on a grill if you like segment it the right way. You have direct heat on one side, producing smoke because you do something a certain way. You can sort of like put a thing over it with holes poked in it and literally just let the smoke seep out. And you can smoke stuff in a standard grill if you do it the right way. It's a little jank, but like it works. It works. Smoke it right in the building, share with the neighbors. No, I don't have that kind of setup. It's just that the yard area is a little small. It would be a little close. I've been on the hunt for a suitable tank for an offset smoker. Yeah. It can be done. Coming from Central Asia, I appreciate all meat as long as it's packed in dough. What? What do you mean by that? Packed in dough. Huh? Packed in who? In what? I want to go get brisket last weekend, but Costco only had choice grade in stock. Oh. In buns and dumplings? No. I mean, I love it. But there... Oh, I hear a cat. There are other ways to do it, too. Packed in dough. That's such a weird way of saying it. But I get you. Like soup dumplings? Well, like any dumpling with meat in it. Like anything. Did you hear him? What are you doing, stinky boy? Oh, you're so cute. Yes. Earlier, Wolfie was grooming himself and looked up at me and just like drooled all over the fucking place. He usually doesn't drool, but when they're grooming, you know, like they have excess saliva production. So he just looked up and it was just like, just down his chin. I was like, oh no. I decided to wipe his chin because he's stupid. I'm a believer that if you gotta smoke a brisket, get prime grade. It makes a huge difference. I used to smoke brisket. I used to, back in my day. Most of you don't have pressure cookers. Beans are basic food here, and you need a pressure cooker to cook them. I hate beans. I don't like them at all. I've talked about this so many times. I can't do it. That's one of the reasons I'm a bit of a chili hater. Anything where it's like mostly beans. Ugh, God, I don't like them. I'm so lentils, legumes, most of them. I'm not a fan. Not a fan at all. Ugh. My cat drools whenever she's happy. Oh, yeah, no, that's a good sign because it means like when they're with you, they're in like that grooming mood, right? The same mood they would get in when you have like a cat parent with you, right? And they're kind of feeling those sentiments, but they're not doing the act of grooming. They're just sitting there and they're just like, ugh, so they just start drooling. It's very cute. Texas chili, yeah. Ugh, I don't like it. No, I never liked chili. It fucks me up, dude. It's quite the meow just now. Did you hear that? He's sitting in the background because he's the cats are looking at each other, and Nucky's going at him. What are you doing? Like they're not playing with each other. They're just making noise at each other. I don't know. I don't know, man. I went on a hiking trip where I got lost and only had boiled lentils for 2 weeks. I cannot even smell those things now without retching. Oh. That's fucked up. That is fucked up, dude. I've been there, but not with boiled lentils. Oh my god, I would lose it. I would lose it. I've ever had Cincinnati chili. Is that the fucking the Chili Mac shit? No, not Chili Mac. Skyline chili. Fuck that shit. I don't like it. Fuck it. No, it's bad. Chili on spaghetti. Yeah, messed up. Messed up. Disgusting. You people in the Midwest, you ain't right. You ain't right. Something's wrong, dude. Look within. Agreed, Skyline is shit. I mean, Skyline itself is bad, yeah, but like, Chili Mac? Ugh. It's messed up. Messed up. Everything is just worse in Ohio. Well, that too. Yeah. Yank. Yup. Yank. He really said no chili. Yeah, I don't like it. Put it on a hot dog. That's a much better use of chili. Yeah. But on pasta? Ugh, God. People in the Midwest are never right. I'm sick of their XYZ salads and casseroles. Oh. I cannot do any casserole. I don't care every time I bring up casserole. Someone's like, well, but my mama makes a mean green bean casserole. You don't understand. Every holiday we'd have green bean casserole. It sucks. It sucks. The best casserole still sucks. Fuck casserole. Yeah. You like casserole? You eat it. I don't want it. Get the fuck away from me. It's fucked up. It sucks. Okay? It sucks. It sucks. They're always... I don't care if you like it. There are always better ways to make those same ingredients that are doing so much better by those ingredients. Okay? Always. Always. My wife makes this casserole with Fritos and spaghetti sauce and makes me want to vomit. Fritos! What the fuck? Now, I've heard of Frito pie. Frito pie is a different thing. That's like a lot of hunters will like do that. Frito pie is like, that's sacred. But Fritos and spaghetti sauce in a casserole? What the fuck is that? Ew. Breakfast casserole is the only one that's acceptable because it's a giant quiche. Well, then it's quiche if it's literally quiche. Only if it's literally quiche. If it's like a bastardized casserole quiche hybrid, fuck off with that. Just make a quiche. You know what I mean? You know? Is Peggy your wife? Peggy! Peggy! That's a common topping for casseroles around these parts. Fritos? Fritos are just corn and salt. Wife? No, Fritos are a corn chip. A ground up corn chip with salt on them. What? Ew. Ew. I don't know, man. Do scalloped potatoes count as a casserole? I don't think I've ever had scalloped potatoes, can I be honest? I don't think I've ever come across them in my life. I legitimately don't think I've been in a place where I could see scalloped potatoes, so I don't even know what the fuck it truly means. What chat are scalloped potatoes a casserole? It's butter, cheese, and potatoes. Okay, that's not potatoes au gratin. Oh. Okay. Is it just the American name for it? Or is it like a fucked up version? You know? I think it's probably different, right? Same thing, different things. Okay, well, which is it? Is there anything good you can make with sweet potatoes? I bought some and no plan for them. There's so many things you can do with sweet potato. Oh, so much. So much you can do with them. I actually like them the most as a dessert thing. I don't know if you guys have ever had this. This might be really Italian. Take sweet potato and you like slow bake it. You slow cook it with cinnamon and sugar on it. Have you ever done that? Oh no, not marshmallows. Ew. Oh, I don't like the marshmallow part, but the cinnamon and sugar. Oh, it's so good. Very Italian, is it? I actually never knew. I was like, is this an Italian thing? I can't tell. But they're good like that. But no, they're really good savory as well. Yeah, sweet potato fries. Ooh. That's an easy way to do it if you don't mind frying stuff, yeah. Godly, it's so good. So good. I just can't do it with the marshmallows on it because it's too sweet for me. I don't like overly sugary stuff, you know? So the cinnamon and sugar has to be like pretty light for me. My grandpa loves sweet potato, don't know why. It's good. It's just got more depth to the flavor, I guess. But crispy top, but I get it. Okay. But if you're like a sicko like me and you like go all in, you get a blowtorch. You get a blowtorch and at the end you put a little extra, or you could throw it under the broiler if you really want, and you crisp the top with the sugar anyway. You know? It can be done. Sort of like brulee. It's so good, man. Mashed sweet potatoes with pecans and brown sugar topping are goated. Oh, that sounds good. Yeah. What do you say? Au gratin means potatoes and cheese. Scalloped potatoes are in a cream sauce, no cheese. Oh, is that what it is? And some people just add cheese because they want to. Oh, okay. I see. Croissant dough with butter, cinnamon, and sugar cut for mini rolls. Yeah. To make the fastest cinnamon rolls ever. So good. I think I've told you my donut recipe before, right? You want one of the best donuts ever? Unironically? You want a donut that is like a savory base and then you just put sweet on the outside? Straight up Pillsbury Grands biscuits. Buy the biscuits in the tube, pop them open, stick your thumb through the middle, and fry it in oil just like a donut. That's it. It's a donut. The dough is very similar. The type of base that you make is very similar. Sounds too dry? Not when you fry it. When you bake them, they dry out a bit, but when you fry them, they do not lose that moisture. You should probably like dip it into the oil a little bit, like push it down a little. But yeah, the frying locks in all the butter and moisture, and just don't overdo it. If you overdo it, yes, it will dry out. But if you take it out the right point, it will be fine, and it makes a good ass donut. It's good. We used to do that on camping trips. Yeah, that's exactly why you do it. It's because you can like bring it with you quickly, and it's easy. Oh, yeah, exactly. Powdered sugar and cinnamon. I never did. I still like granulated sugar better. But yeah, sugar and cinnamon after you take it out of the oil, while it still has a little oil on it. Yeah, you shake it in the sugar. Oh, it's so good, man. It's a recipe you got from that one fair lady, right? Yeah. My Midwestern friend who would make really good donuts every year, and I'd be like, they're so savory and like buttery. What's your recipe? Because it tasted different, you know, but it's still good. And I was like, what's up with it? How do you do this? What's going on? And she just took me to the back, to the kitchen, and was like, check this out. And just like popped open biscuits and fried them. And I was like, what the fuck? It was like a weird funnel cake. Kinda, yeah. It's good though. Because again, I don't like overly sweet stuff, so having the donut base not really have sugar in it, and it's just like, or not very sugary, and it's just buttery. It's good, man. Any chicken nugget recipes? If I'm making chicken, it is never in the form of chicken nuggets. No. No. I'm gonna tell you right now, I avoid the white meat of chicken like the plague. Whenever I make chicken, it's almost always dark meat. And dark meat is good, and you don't need to make it into anything like a nugget or something that needs sauce on it. Like, no. It's good as is. I just think the white meat sucks. They're like, oh, it's lean. And I'm like, okay, enjoy eating fucking sand. Even if it's cooked well, even if you keep it really moist, it's just not as good and flavorful as dark meat. And you know what? If you eat properly, you shouldn't be afraid. People will be like, oh, there's more fat in it. What? Why is that a problem? If your diet is balanced, that shouldn't be a problem. If you don't eat too much flour-based stuff, too much carb-based stuff, then you shouldn't have to worry about the fat. The fat should be the thing that you're getting a lot of your extra, energy from. Fats rather than carbs. Way better for you. And it's flavor. Yeah, fat is always flavor. It's so good. I don't know, man. White meat is for leftover sandwiches. Oh, okay. Leftover white meat in a sandwich sounds like dry hell. I don't care how well you make it, how juicy you say it is. It could be juicier if it were dark meat, all right? And yeah, if I'm going to eat the white meat, it's going to be in the form of like a chicken nugget that I got from somewhere else, and it's going to be dipped in a lot of sauce because I just don't like it alone. I don't like it alone, man. I don't know. That's why they invented mayo. Mayo's godlike for keeping things moist. You know the best thing you could do? When you're making grilled cheese, if you've ever tried to up your grilled cheese game, instead of putting butter on the outside of the bread when you're making it, use mayo. Straight up, use mayo instead. Try it. It's so good. It's so good. It's the way. I'm telling you right now, it's the way. Hell no. A bunch of you have tried it and you're saying yeah. I think if you're saying no, you haven't tried it. And it's worth trying because it fries better. It crisps the outside better. And don't get me wrong, I love butter flavor. I put copious amounts of butter on certain foods, especially. Oh, I love butter, but mayo's the way, man. Toast both sides of the bread for a better crunch if you're doing it right. And then it melts faster, the cheese. If you get a $5 Costco chicken, gotta do something with the white meat. There are things that can be done, yeah. I'm just saying. I try to avoid it if I can. I'd rather buy like a $3 chicken and bake it myself. And you know what? When you do that, you can take some of the white meat off along with bones, and you can make it into a stock later. Not all the white meat, you don't want to waste it, but you can make a really good stock out of it. I'm just saying. You love mayo so much. I used to think that I hated mayo. Like, growing up, I never liked it. Anything that they tried to put on, I was like, take off the mayo, hate mayo. Nope, terrible. And I don't know why. I just didn't like it growing up. It tasted bad to me. And then over time, I, like, enjoyed it more. And it's not that I think the flavor's anything special. It's just that it does a lot for, like, the whole picture, you know? Just egg taste, yeah. Yeah, just be real mayo, yeah. Miracle Whip is not real. Don't ever touch it. It's so fucking bad. Makes me gag, but it's okay in small amounts. Right. I don't like a ton of it, but it's for moisture purposes, right? On a sandwich. Oh, it's so good. And if you just put something in it, mayo is perfect as like a vehicle for other things. Same with butter. It's perfect as a thing that you flavor, right? So if you take mayo and you make a garlic mayo, which is essentially almost like a garlic aioli, right? Kind of, sort of. You take mayo and you blend in some, like, really good roasted garlic into there. You're gonna want to put that on fucking everything, okay? It's so good. It's the best. Ingredient, not condiment. I get what you mean. If it needs mayo or ranch, it's not right. It shouldn't need it. It should be like, oh, I put a little mayo on it to retain a little moisture and that's it. If a thing needs mayo, yeah, something's wrong. It's a miracle that Miracle Whip hasn't been banned from existence. One of my brothers really likes it, so he would always have it in the house, and he'd like make some sandwiches and occasionally put Miracle Whip on it, and just the smell. It doesn't even smell that strong, it just has a smell, you know? And every time I would smell Miracle Whip, I would have to like fucking leave the room. I would be like, ugh. I couldn't do it. I couldn't do it. I don't know. Mayo on things is great. Eating it by itself is heinous. Who eats it by itself? Now, hold on. Who's doing that? You're saying like you've experienced people doing that. Girl DM? No, she doesn't. Tell me she doesn't eat it alone. Say it ain't so. Handful of mayo. Flavored or just alone? That. I don't like that. I don't like it. She's live on stream. That's fucked. That's fucked. She ain't right. Alone? Oh. Not even like a garlic mayo, dude. Spoonful of mayo. She's a freak. She's a freak. It's disgusting. Absolutely disgusting. I knew she tried the mayo soda, and that one came to her house, and it was like all separated and fucked up. That was nasty. But mayo? Just mayo? Ooh. Mayo what? Yeah, it was disgusting. Mostly Kewpie from what we understood. Okay, that's a little different than like a standard American mayo, but still. Nasty. Then again, now I don't think this is nasty. I'll buy a tub of ricotta cheese and just eat that. So sometimes I understand being a freak for like one ingredient. Okay? I get it. I'll just buy it and eat it, dude, with a spoon. I don't care. I love it so much. But still, oftentimes I'll put something in it, you know what I mean? Ricotta is cottage cheese. That's normal. Take that back right fucking now. It's not cottage cheese. No! Take it back! Do not say that about my beloved, okay? No. No. What the fuck? You're wrong. I can't follow you down this dark path. I'm sorry. You don't like ricotta because you're a freak, okay? It's so good. It's a whey cheese. It's not cottage cheese. Exactly. It's completely different. Like actually, from its base, it is. Yeah, we're sending you to the ranch. You're gone. Vshojo! Thank you for the 10 months. Thank you. Roasting cottage cheese. Cottage cheese is okay. I don't love it. God, that's so much better, dude. If you had to eliminate one from existence, would it be butter or mayo? I'd get rid of mayo. I like live off of butter. I couldn't get rid of butter. There's no way. Impossible. So many sauces that I make for foods are butter based. If I'm like pan searing a meat and cooking it in a pan, I will put like butter and wine in the bottom, right? Like that's just like my standard, and I couldn't do without butter, man. Impossible. Also, then you can't bake most stuff, and that would suck. Toyota Prius. Wow, thank you for 11 months. Thank you so much. Try coffee with butter. I'm a coffee hater. I'm a big coffee hater. I don't like it. Ooh. Roasted ricotta cheese on a hot griddle is so damn good. You don't even need to roast it, though. The light flavor's so good. And then, like, I'm telling you, salt, pepper, garlic, parsley. That's it. Just a little bit mixed in. Eat it like that. Oh, it's insane. It goes so hard. Not sound like a fat ass, but frying an egg in butter is better than frying it over, like, vegetable oil? Oh, no, I fully agree. You're not a fat ass. Here's the thing. Everyone makes you think that, like, butter and animal fats and things are evil. But if you just eat everything in your diet in moderation like you're supposed to, it shouldn't matter at all. Right? Calories in, calories out. Don't eat too many carbs. Use fats for energy and not just, you know, bread. And you should be fine. And I'm not saying that will magically make you slim and beautiful. I'm just saying, like it's at least semi-healthy and you'll be okay. Right? I think, like, cutting the fat off of a piece of meat before you cook it to reduce your fat intake instead of just, like, not eating all the bread that you eat is ridiculous, right? And, you know, Big Corn wants you to eat more corn, so they tell you fat's evil from the animals, but, you know, Big Corn. You know what they're up to, Big Corn. I love corn, though. I do love it. Just eat less bread. Eat less rice. You'll be alright. Yeah, sugar's the devil. Honestly, it's sugar. Yeah. Big corn. Yeehaw! It's all about the corn, man. It's all about the corn. You leave us corn huskers out of this? No, no, no. Look. Look. It's the corn syrup. It's the corn syrup. It's the corn syrup in everything, dude. Everything. The sugar. Anytime you go out to eat and you're like, oh, I'm gonna get Wendy's nuggets and I'm gonna have the Wendy's barbecue sauce. Do you know how much sugar's in that shit? It's delicious. Don't get me wrong. It's delicious. It's incredible, but it's so much sugar. There's so much in everything. It's in everything. Cut that out and a little bread. And then you don't have to worry about, oh, the dark meat on the chicken has more fat. You don't have to worry about it, man. Be aight. Big Corn has already infiltrated the creature's faction. They're planting people in the Discord? Oh, fuck. I love rice, but rice fucks my blood sugars up. Really? Rice that much? I mean, I get it, but do you mean like as opposed to bread or both would? For your blood sugar? What you mean by that? Rice turns to sugar? Yeah, but more so than bread? Really? I guess I could imagine that with the kind of makeup does spike insulin, yeah. Rice has it faster. I guess it's because it is simpler sugars, yeah, that makes sense. More complex sugars in breads and things, so it takes longer to break down into usable glucose, right? You cannot take me away from my rice. I eat a good amount of rice, but I think I eat more rice than bread, and I don't even... I don't eat a ton. I don't eat a ton. I don't know. My diet is mostly, like, meats and vegetables and cheese. And I try to not have too much carb. Occasionally, I'll have, like, some pasta, and I'll have, like, a copious amount of it. But I don't do that often, honestly. I don't, because I just don't think it's smart. I don't think it's good. However... past couple months I've been just kind of eating whatever because I'm trying to gain weight. I'm trying to gain weight in preparation for when I start to like lift a bunch again. Because I want to have like a little bit of weight on me at least so that there's something to build, right? So I'm doing it. Bulk up. Yeah. Me drinking whole milk, you know. You gotta. You gotta. Does brown rice also spike insulin? Asking for a friend. Are you going to be on that brown rice and dry-ass chicken and broccoli arc where it's, like, unsauced? And there's, like, no salt in it because they're like, salt's bad for you. Ugh. When you see dudes bulking and they just eat their shitty meal prep, not even good meal prep. It's called makgeolli, the Korean rice drink. Makgeolli is like, it's this fermented rice. It's kind of like sake, but not quite. They'll always be like, oh, it's Korean sake. It's not. It's a rice wine. Well, it's not even a rice wine. It's just makgeolli. It's good. It's good, but it's like really strong. So, it depends on who made it, but it's usually really strong, so you gotta be careful. Stinky rice juice. Yeah, it's made similarly to how a wine could be made, but out of rice, sort of. So some people call it a rice wine, but that's not right, because then you think of the other rice wine that people use in cooking, and it's not the same. So I don't like to always call it that, because, you know, they conflate it. They do. Anything but whole milk is fucking water. I could drink 2%, 1%, or skim milk can just go to hell, dude. What's the point? What's the point? I don't understand how fitness people who just eat chicken breast, broccoli, and brown rice is so bland. They read about it on Reddit and decided that it was the only way to bulk, and they just went in because they hate themselves and they are willing to eat bad food. I don't know. I don't know, dude. Obstinix, thank you for the 9 months. Thank you. Welcome back. I just made huge batches of soup and sourdough bread for my bulk meal prep. Ooh. Ooh, sourdough. That sounds good. I used to have a starter that I had for a long time. No longer. I hate drinking milk. I like drinking skim milk because there's least milk in it. So just drink fucking water. Don't do it right or not at all is how I feel. You know what I mean? I'm saying. Why even try? Just skim milk has got to go, man. Tell me the starter ended. Yeah, there was like a... There was an issue. There was an issue with it eventually. Yup. I saw friends used to eat sweet potato and chicken breast for every meal. Sounded miserable. Oh my god. Some people I watch the way they bulk and I'm like, dude, don't torture yourself with like horrible food choices that taste-wise are terrible. Just eat a normal balanced diet and eat more. You need more calories? Okay, eat your normal diet, but eat a little more. Eat a little more protein and drink a lot of water. You're good. You'll be fine. You'll be okay. But like when they don't flavor stuff because they're like, I can't have a single extra calorie that isn't only from this chicken. I'm like, "Ugh." Crazy. Crazy. Insane people. Just eat more 5-head. Literally get used to eating more. Like stretch out your stomach a little bit and get used to eating the amount that you need to. That's what I say. Or eat more often. Add another small meal in. If you don't want to stretch your stomach too much, you know, just get used to that. You don't have to torture yourself with the weird food choices. I don't know, because they would... I'm saying this because they would look so miserable. It's not like they're doing this happily and I'm shitting on them. They're doing this and they're like, oh, I can't do it no more, man. Oh, I hate it. All I eat is this. Oh, I can do it though. I'm going to be so strong. And I'm like, you didn't have to do any of this. You didn't. Choco, thank you for the prime. So I don't know. They just... Oh, it's like actual torture, man. You can lose weight the same way too. Just eat your normal diet and eat a little less. Yeah, literal caloric intake. That's all it is, man. Honestly, the way to do it, figure out what the worst thing is. The worst thing that you regularly have. For most people, it's like a sugary drink. For most people, that's what it is. Do you go out and get food and you get a soda with it? Don't do that anymore. Get water. Start with that. Don't change anything else. Change one thing. So you don't have to think about too much, because people, when they try to do too many things at once, they like fall off of that plan. It's very hard, and you need to be realistic with yourself. Don't push it. Be easy on yourself and be like, I'm going to cut this one thing. You know? An easy way to do it is to just carry water around with you all the time. Be your own like water supplier in most cases, and just don't even get a drink from a place at all. There you go. And yeah, right, it's this very slow process, but you cut one thing and see, do you get results from that one thing? Or is it not enough? If it's not enough, then you go and find like, what's the next worst thing you do? And it's like, oh, well, on my plate, carbs always take up half of the plate. And then the other half is the good stuff. Now I'm going to swap that ratio to like a third, or like a quarter of the plate is going to be carb, right? Especially if you make your own food, you can control this. Just like adjust your little ratio, make a little less. Not too bad. You eat sandwiches, and you make your own sandwiches, and you do 2 slices of bread and X amount of meat that you normally do. Okay. Do the same amount of meat and try to put it on 1 slice. It might be thick and awkward-y, but just like, you can do it. You can do it, you know what I mean? Like, just make those small changes like that one at a time, and you should be fine. You should be okay. And just try to cut out added sugar and not eat out as much. Yeah. Some people, it's just snacking. Some people, their normal diet is actually really good. And then they just always eat like chips and cookies and things, and like the easy to grab package stuff it's just so easy. Like buy it, put it in your pantry, and just grab it whenever you feel hungry. So that ends up being the thing that is a problem, because usually those things are very bad for you as far as number of calories per amount of food that you're actually eating. Like it's a lot of calories per volume. So just cut a little bit of that out. Maybe even cut all of that out. No snacks. No snacks. Go, if you want something sweet, literally just go buy fruit. Go buy fruit and get used to that. And yes, it has natural sugar in it. Ooh, but it's still gonna be better for you than like a package of Oreos, you know? Those are the sorts of things where it's like, just do that. Could even have your favorite leafy greens, the other bun. Right, exactly. You replace it. Fruit prices nowadays, very true. Yeah, very true. Incredibly true. No chicken nuggets at 3 a.m. Yeah, you know, I think a lot of people's habits, the problem is the timing with it too, right? I know I was helping my mom because she gained a bit of weight, and she was like trying to figure out what best to do to lose some weight again. Monkey Man, thank you for the 9 months. And her issue was timing. What she would do is she would eat breakfast early in the morning, go to work, at work by like 8 or 9, and working, right? Sometimes even earlier. Get home by 5 or 6. Make some food. That's like dinner time. She wouldn't eat a whole lunch. She would have like a small light one. So she'd have like a normal dinner right when she got home, at like by 6, which is kind of early, right? And then she'd sit and do tasks or do whatever, do yard work, do gardening. And then she'd get a little hungry again. And she'd then later at night, she'd sit on the couch and watch something. And she'd pass out on the couch. She'd fall asleep at like 9 p.m. So she'd be asleep at 9 p.m. on the couch. And then she wakes up at like midnight or 11 and go, oh, fuck, now I'm hungry. Because she like ate and then did a bunch of physical stuff, something important that she had to do. And then would get hungry slightly, fall asleep, and now she's super hungry. So she'd wake up and she'd eat something like fast late at night, right? So for her, like her main diet seemed okay, but the timing fucked her up, right? And it made her more likely to grab something that was quicker and probably less good for her. So that was her issue. And I think for a lot of people, it's probably that. It's like you have not planned your food out with your lifestyle in a way that makes sense. You just keep kind of like grabbing whatever. You know, the shitty charcuterie that I talk about all the time when you go to the fridge and you grab like 2 Oreos from the pantry and 1 piece of shitty old salami and, you know, like you just eat a little bit of everything. You're like grazing. It's very easy to eat the wrong stuff when you do that, you know. When you eat crap, eat good crap. Go to a bakery for a donut or an ice cream parlor for ice cream. Don't just go to the Kroger. Yeah, like don't have it often and then buy yourself one nice one so it feels special, but you don't have it at home so you can't just like open that pint and eat the whole pint of ice cream. Right? That's actually a strat. That's a strat. Just things that are like really bad that you tend to eat a lot of, don't keep them in the house at all. So if you want to have it, it's like, oh, it has to go out and be a special thing. And then the idea of going out to get something from an ice cream parlor is often enough to stop people from actually doing it at all. And there you go, you know? The I did something good so I'm gonna have a sweet treat as a reward thing. Yeah, right. You like put it with actions. I don't know, there's so many like little things you could do that I've heard from other people that I've done myself that all like work really well. You know? Make the laziness work in your favor. Exactly, that's what it is. If your issue's like laziness, make it so that you have to be unlazy to get those things. Right? How do you feel about if it fits your macros? I am kind of a fan of counting macros. I think it's annoying to do, though. I think it's really annoying to keep track of. But I think as a method, it works pretty well. In a lot of cases, just don't go too crazy with it. Don't be an insane person, you know? We keep Soylent in the fridge. Oh, yeah. Just a meal replacement? Honestly? Yeah. Yeah, you can. If you don't mind drinking, and sure, I know it might make you feel like you're 80 years old, but if you don't mind drinking it, you don't hate the flavor, keep a couple of those. No joke. Just do it. Just do it. The thought makes me mad. I want ice cream in the freezer all the time. If you're able to keep yourself from like going crazy and it's not an issue for you, then it's not an issue for you. But if you're one of the people that just like destroys it every time it's in the freezer, you know, maybe you shouldn't keep it in the freezer is all I'm saying. Go fix it like it's a UX problem. You know, that's how you should be doing it, I guess. Good way to top off on protein intake. Yeah. Like I have protein diet. I don't know. Soylent banned in the EU because it has a sucralose sweetener. Did they ban sucralose in the EU? Is that a thing? Let me look. It's authorized in the EU for food with use with exception for foods for young children. Oh, that makes sense. In the US, they're cool with it. They're like, yo, put that sucralose right in those kids. Put it in the kids' snacks. The sucralose, they love it. It's so sweet and great. It's fucked, dude. It's fucked. Big corn. I know. Big corn again. Big corn trying to get you down. US is cool if it gives you every type of cancer. It's not... I don't think you even need to worry about that as much as you need to worry about just obesity from all the sugar types, the complex sugars. Okay? I think it's like the least of your problems, dude. You know what I'm saying? Big corn trying to make you big. Yeah, it's fucked. You're more likely to die of heart disease than cancer, right? Especially in the US. Why do you think that is? Big corn. Big corn is what I'm saying. Big corn ain't gonna pay for my diabetes. Yeah. Yeah. Fuck big corn, man. I still love corn, though. But all the extra shit they make out of it, I don't know. I tried artificial sweeteners when I was on Atkins. I was eating low carb, but I was eating like 4,000 calories a day. Oh! 4,000? Oh my god, no. Yeah. Yeah. If you're having things that are like super, super complex sugars like that, no. I'm just trying to keep it to 2K. Yeah, 4K is so much. On a low carb diet, right? That's so much. That's so much extra sugar to get to that point. The sweeteners were making me super hungry. That's a thing that I've heard. Yeah, people have things with artificial sweeteners in them because they crave something sweet. But then they end up feeling more hungry. And I'm not sure how much of a correlation is, but I've heard a lot of people say that that's like a thing that they notice. So I don't know. I don't know. I was eating 3,500 calories every day for an entire summer and still lost weight. If you are running, you're doing like high aerobic exercise, you actually can eat like that. Absolutely. Absolutely. But you got to be doing a lot, dude. A lot. Anytime I go hiking, oh, you eat a shit ton before, you eat a shit ton after, and you still got to make it up the day after if it's like a big hike. Because it's just so much constant, mild aerobic exercise, you know? Olympic athletes eat like 8K calories. Oh yeah. They eat, most of them are on that 4 to 5K, 4 to 6K kind of diet, depending on what they're doing. And then if they're like a runner or it's aerobic, it's way more. Way more. Yay or nay on stevia? I don't use any artificial sugar or anything. I hate the taste of any like artificial sweeteners. It's not even like a moral thing or a do I think it's good or bad for me. I just don't like the way they taste. I don't even think about it. I don't know. No thoughts on it. No thoughts. Didn't they find that artificial sweeteners are damaging genetic material? I don't know how much these things are proven versus how much these are like small sample size studies. I also always bring it back to remember when they told you aspartame would kill you, but it was because they did a study and they put like thousands of times of the tiny dose that we get in like a soda. They put that sort of dosage in rats and they were like, whoa, the rats are dying. And I was like, you fucking like inundated them with with aspartame. You know? I'm not saying it's not bad for people or anything. It's just like the study that they always quote is like... Now, there's been further research after that also says, yeah, it's like, it's not the best. Just like a lot of other things are not the best, you know? And if you can avoid it, go for it. But like, they'd just be like swimming in aspartame and they're like, whoa, they're dying. I can't believe it. Yeah. Books are wrong all the time. Exactly. But right, the further research, yes, still not good. Is an artificial sweetener an extremely broad category? Yeah, and that's why you can't say they're all good or all bad or like anything like that, because some of them are just plant-based sweet things. And even if something's plant-based doesn't mean that it's good, because of how much processing is done. How complex is that thing that you need to break down? Do you break it down? Etc., etc. You know? It can be carcinogenic, but I remember they also found it was practically safe at normal doses. Right. Almost anything can give you an issue in, you know, a large amount. That's just a thing that we all know, so, you know. Context is key, yeah. That's why whenever we talk about anything ever here, I try to not hard stance too much on one side or another. Even if I feel a certain way, I always feel like it's good to, like, debate all sides of things. Keep your mind open and understand that you probably don't know everything about anything, right? There is no situation or study or factoid where you actually know everything about it unless you are the guy researching all of it, right? Like, you just gotta approach everything that way. I don't know. People hard stance too much, especially on the internet, so we always talk around topics a little too much so that we can get a full picture, you know what I mean? Mr. Bite, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Thank you! I appreciate it. Thank you so much. And if you got gifted subs, say thank you. All this talking of artificial sweeteners and the like makes me want to drink 8 gallons of water. Thank you, Geega. You're welcome. I did this. Right, it was all me, all me, all me. So true, all me. Yeah, no, really though. I got a milk tea today, and it's very sweet. And you know what? I drank about half of it. And I have a water next to me that I drank way more of. I drank way more of that. Because that milk tea, even though I ask for less sugar in many of them, is still sweet as hell, man. Have you taken any supplements? I fell down that hole recently. Just like normal vitamins. I don't do anything crazy. I don't want to take anything in like super high amounts, because anytime you take way more than your daily value of blank, you either don't absorb all of it, or you absorb more than you need, and then your kidneys and liver have to process it out. Why do that to yourself? Why make them process out a lot more? It's okay if it's a little excess, but if it's like a lot excess, I just don't get the point. And I don't know how bad realistically that can be for you, but I assume it's just not the best. Excessive supplements equals expensive pee. Yeah. Pissing gold over here. Yeah, I just take normal shit. Normal shit, and I don't even take everything every day. Sometimes I'm just like, I'll just take a break from it for a sec. This is why sometimes you eat cookies and the cookies are bad for you, but you can just eat as many cookies as you want within a time period, because your body can only absorb so much at once. Yeah, if you want to maximize your sugar intake from the cookies, you got to do like drip irrigation and eat one cookie every 30 minutes. Truer words have never been spoken, Squid. This dude is like, he just sits here and listens, and then occasionally just shits out a banger, dude. The only voice of reason in this chat. The only one. You need to be careful with vitamin supplements, because while some might come out as urine, others don't process that way, and it could easily kill you. Well, I mean, you never should take more than what they tell you to take. You should never be like, I wish I had more vitamin C. And then you look at the container and it's like, only take 1 a day. And you're like, okay. And then you eat 5. Like, obviously. Don't eat all the gummies. The gummy vitamins are like so good. And I think that's a problem. It's good because it encourages people to take them. But how many people do you think overeat them? Because they're like, oh, they're just like my Welch's gummy snacks. Like, it's oof. I have these like probiotic gummies that I was trying out that are peach flavored. It's like a peach gummy, and they're so good. And I was like, whoa, how many people just eat like 5 of these? Probably not good for you. I'm Vitamaxing. No. Not good. Not good at all. I've seen people like take way too many, and I'm like, man, one of these days it's gonna catch up. I had a coworker die from vitamin overdose. Huh? Really? Wait, from ingestible vitamins? They just like took too much and died? Would you happen to know what it was within the vitamins that was doing too much? I don't know if you know that information. I'm curious. For the content per gummies can be a bit inconsistent as well. Probably. I would assume it would be, yeah. Vitamin A overdose can destroy your kidneys. Sure, vitamins. The cough syrup I was taking recently tasted so fucking good. Yeah, that's one of those ones. It's like, it should taste like disgusting Robitussin, okay? I am a proponent of all things that you're supposed to take situationally tasting so bad. Because then no one wants to take too much, right? Because they're like, oh, the tussin tastes like shit. You know, no one wants to take all that Robitussin, right? I don't know if it still tastes like that, but like old Robitussin. Robitussin like 20 years ago was fucking awful. Yeah, the tussin. It was so bad. So bad. So, you know, I think they should all do that. Tussin still tastes like shit? Good. They're doing the Lord's work. Orange Delsim? Oh, fuck. so disgusting. So disgusting, dude. People who need to take it will just not and then be worse off. If they're sick enough, they'll do it. You know when you're so sick that you're laying in bed and you're like, I will never speak bad about the moments when I am healthy ever again. I will value my time when my nose is clear because clearly I never valued it before. You know, and you're having like a full crisis. When you're in that mode, if someone offers you some spoonful of something that tastes so bad, but you cannot even taste all of it anyway because you're super sick, and they're like, this will clear you up. You're going to be like, you know, that gif of that guy grabbing the little thing out of the other guy's hand and eating it and running away. You're that. You're that guy. You know? Because, yeah, you're pleading. You're in this moment where you're like, please, there's nothing left. You're, like, literally praying to God. You know? It's time. Chugalepsy is, like, my favorite emote, dude. But, you know, you get to that point. That's me and Mucinex. I always took everything in pill form. I hate the liquid form of everything. Oh. Disgusted. My go-to is Buckley's mixture. Their slogan is, it tastes awful, but it works. It's so true. Yeah. Yeah. Disgusting, man. When I was a kid, my younger sister ate a whole box of children's grape aspirin because she thought they tasted like Smarties. Oh my god. That's why all these things have childproof seals. Everything has a childproof seal on it. Because they know some kid's gonna be like, grape flavor, it's bad, but it still tastes like grape flavor, and they're just gonna eat something. They're just gonna do it. Liquid metabolizes significantly better. It does. If you need it quick, you know, you do what you gotta do, but I'm there with the Dayquil gel caps, you know? Except for whatever reason, the last time I was sick. You know when you take NyQuil and Dayquil and you take it in the large pill form, it's huge. It's huge compared to other, like, non-liquid things, right? Never had a problem. I could always take them as no problem. For whatever reason, they would go down and they would turn sideways. They kept going down, and then, like, at the bottom, right above my stomach, they would just turn fucking sideways, and I would feel it stuck there, and I'd be like, ugh. And, like, your body is like, do I start heaving to throw this up? Do I not? It just starts contracting in a spot. Do you take it with water? Absolutely yes. Absolutely yes. So you start drinking more water to get it to turn, because you're like, fuck, whoa. That's the worst, dude. That like rarely happens to me, but the last time I got sick, it happened twice in a row. And I was like, fuck. You take pills with no water, you're a freak. You're a freak. I don't know. It's just like, they just like do a flip as they go down sometimes. And then you think about it the next time you take it, and you're like, all right, I'm gonna make sure it goes down while it's in a vertical position so that it stays vertical the whole time, right? And you think this to yourself, and you take that pill and it starts going down, the still just goes and turns. It's fucked up. You dry swallow pills? You're supposed to do it with water to have it go down, though. Like it's recommended that you take them with water on purpose so that they go down properly, because a lot of them have an outer coating that's a little dry, a little chalky, and it makes it much easier for it to get stuck. That's why you're supposed to do it. You're not supposed to do no water because you're cool and you can tell people later that you take pills with no water, and then they go, whoa! It's not worth it if you get one actually stuck. It feels like shit. I don't know what it is. It's easier for me to dry swallow and then drink water after they go down. I guess so. If you drink water after, I guess so. But, you know, they recommend it for a reason. With water, then food follows after. I can't take a lot of them on an empty stomach, or I get like, ooh, I will throw it up like immediately, dude. I don't know. I take water with no pills. Based, he's so based. Dry swallowing for the texture. You okay? Are you good? Do you need to talk? Am I weird because I put the water in my mouth first, then the pill? That's a little weird, but I get it. I think I can picture it. I think I get what you're saying. It's a little weird. It is, but all right. Okay. I guess. Sometimes you don't have water. Hey, if it's a necessity thing, that's outlier case. We're not talking about that. I'm just saying, like, you have water in front of you and you're like, nah. I need all the girls to know that I take pills dry, and then you slam back pills and you go, look, girls, I swallow my pills dry, and they're like, whoa, and then you have 5 girlfriends. You know, you don't need to do that. You could just drink the water. Is what I'm saying. Chew them? Oh, ew, no, don't chew them. They're slow release on purpose. You're not supposed to chew them unless it says do chew this. Then you're actually really supposed to chew it, otherwise it doesn't work properly. Could be worse. Cod liver oil from the spoon is nasty. Ooh, the fish oil ones, you take them and they start digesting. They start breaking down. And then you can like taste it sometimes. Ooh! Nasty. I will get my omega-3s from eating food. Thank you. Are suppositories no longer a thing? Seems I haven't heard of them in a while. They still exist, but I think most people think they're too cool for suppositories and they don't want to take them. But let me tell you, if you got something really wrong with you, that's like the fastest absorption. You boof it, it is the fastest way to absorb it. Now, you hope you don't have to. You really hope you don't have to. But if you're like really in a situation, do it. Just do it. Today I learned you're never too cool for suppositories. Oh yeah. Boofing NyQuil. No, only take as directed. But some things are meant to be taken as a suppository. And you know what? Do it. The coffee enema. Do you remember when people were doing that? It was trendy. Oh my god. And then they'll never talk about it. It was trendy, and you would literally see influencers on Instagram, like beautiful models, being like, just did a coffee enema. And I'm like, did you just post that you butt-chugged coffee in front of all of your, like, adoring fans that are probably there to, like, look at your ass? What? Were you thinking when you posted this about, like, is this the content they want from me? It was a huge trend, and like every model influencer was like trying coffee enemas. It was so stupid. Oh god, I wish I was the coffee. It's fucked up, man. It's so fucked up. Coffee goes here, butt pick. I can't. Well, the thing is, like they would do it because you would absorb caffeine from it. But keep in mind, anything you place up there, because of those types of membranes, everything's absorbed super fast. Like super, super fast. So what happens is they would get a huge rush from the caffeine from the coffee. Like a huge rush. Like you wouldn't believe. And so they got addicted to it. So some people would keep boofing coffee like once every couple of days. and they were like, oh, I love it. It gives me a little buzz. And they would say a little buzz, but they'd be like cracked out of their minds on the amount of caffeine that hit them all at once. The butt coffee, man. Googled coffee enema, and the first result is Gwyneth Paltrow. Yup. These people not know caffeine pills exist? They could just, like, drink their coffee. You know? They could just drink their coffee. Right? Like, that's, you know, coffee at both ends. Both at the same time. Goop strikes again. The goopoids are back at it. Butt-chugging coffee. Disgusting scented candles. Perineum sunning after the morning coffee. You know. Goopoids. Ugh. They're everywhere. They're everywhere, dude. The maker of Goop? Yeah, she was the person who made Goop. I don't know. I don't like the Goopoids, man. But they're funny to talk about because they keep doing funny shit. Ooh, Crunkster. Minor spelling mistake. Gotta dry the booty after the morning enema. Yeah. I do it to stay, you know, slim and beautiful. Get a little rush so that I can go on a 15-mile run within 3 minutes. You know, keeps me lean. I'm an Instagram influencer. You know, we gotta be on that grind set. Gotta be on that grind set. And I gotta do this all within an hour so that I can spend the rest of the day taking photos, you know? Very important. I need all that time. When the barista asks me how I like it. Well, wouldn't you know? I'm about to do my coffee enema. Oh my god. Geeka seems like the kind of lady to start a pyramid scheme. No, because I would be embarrassed of all the smart people that would immediately see it for what it is. I would start a pyramid scheme if there were a 100% guarantee. If I was in front of like some deity and it was like, here's your pyramid scheme to get rich, no one will ever know that it's a scheme. I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Yeah, Starbucks starts selling funnels. If there was like a guarantee, I sell my soul for a contract, you know, and they're like, oh yeah, pyramid scheme, you make your money and no one will ever know. I'd be like, oh fuck yeah, let's go. If even one person could figure it out, I'd be like, no. No, can't do it. Can't do it, dude. Take selfie at a coffee shop? Oh, dude. Me talking to the barista. That cute little Starbucks barista. And you're like, hey, I'd like a large cold brew. He's like, yeah, you always get cold brew. You don't like hot coffee? And you're like, well, you'd need it to be cold or at least room temp. Why? Well, you see. This'll get him, guys. This'll get him. Is that how you got on Twitch? Yeah. That's the whole scheme. How'd you know? How'd you know?
So you're going to sit here and tell me that people pour coffee up their ass just to get high? I thought that was what drugs were for.
There are people who want to do things sometimes, but don't know how to go about things, where to go. They want to try something that they feel like isn't really illegal because it's caffeine, right? So they're like, oh, so I'll just do this and it's perfectly legal and fine and it's not really that crazy because, like, you know, it's just coffee, right? They're like, it makes them feel better, but really they're just weird caffeine addicts. Like they don't see it for what it is, you know what I mean? It's like this is a copium thing. It's just a copium thing. If you're at the point where you're addicted to like boofing coffee, you're a caffeine addict and you have a problem. You know, to the point where you can't get it in your body fast enough from drinking it, you've got to boof it. It's kind of that's a bigger problem, you know. Imagine coffee boofers are unaware of both recreational drugs and the Ultra Kill API. Dude, there are solutions for these people. There are solutions for these people. And they don't gotta boof coffee. If you don't think a coffee enema is a problem and you need help, if you do a coffee enema and you're like, oh hell yeah, and then you're doing more, you're past the point of no return, dude. Those people have already just gone there, you know?
I boof the Ultra Kill soundtrack XDD.
It's the only way. I need that maximum breakcore in my veins. Boof iced coffees, the cubes leave you refreshed. So nice in this summer heat. You know, it is like the hottest summer on record so far. Right? There are solutions for you. Put coffee grinds in my bong. It would just smell all burnt and shit, wouldn't it? So fucking hot. We were just saying it earlier. It's like record heat. I was just saying that I wanted to be able to go hiking, but it keeps being 5 billion degrees. There is not a single day that has been cool enough. It doesn't need to be super cool. If I'm going out hiking, I know I'm gonna get overheated. I know I'm gonna sweat. I could deal with it. But it's too hot. It's too hot, you know? And yeah, and it's humid. It's humid, and they keep being like, oh, I know, like all up and down the East Coast. There's so many storms.
With a coffee mug up their rear end.
They're not putting a mug up there. They're using like a. All right, we're not going to go into detail. We're not going to skirt too close to TOS. We're just going to say that there are other tools. There are other tools for that, you know? No way I would survive hiking right now. I've hiked in really, really hot temperatures, but it's always been a more dry heat.
The Earth has been
if it's humid, it's cooler.
On record for 4 days now.
Yeah.
Surely that's not a bad omen, right?
It's going. I wonder how much of it is, you know, naturally just we were going to get to this point, but also from the wildfire smoke. How much of that is still in the atmosphere and affecting things? It might be part of it, because that whenever there is a major wildfire issue, it then affects temperatures for some time after, always. So I don't know, like if it's a large enough one. Also an El Nino year, is it? Oh, okay. The smoke would cool it down. You would think, but it depends on where it is and at what times. It could actually do both, and it depends on how it's distributed. So I don't know. Yeah, it does also trap water. That's one of the issues. Like, physically it would block out some sun, and it would keep it a bit cooler from that standpoint. But there are a lot of other things that play with humidity and all of that, where it just keeps it hot. So, you know, yeah, it can be greenhouse effect. It depends on what is in the smoke specifically, but yeah, there are a lot of factors, basically, like a lot of factors. Certain gases from fire actually exacerbate the heat. Right. Yeah, so I don't know. It's a very complicated thing. It's not binary, like, oh, it'll make it hot, it'll make it cold. It's sort of situational. When the temp is 85 and the real field temp is 107, it's disgusting. Dude, some days you walk outside and you feel like you're walking into a pool. you just straight up you feel like you're walking into a pool. And like it just, the air is like thick. It's thick air, dude. You thought thick water was a trend? Thick air now. Disgusting. So gross. I don't do well in the heat. And I've always been used to humidity. But you know who does do well in the heat? If you're looking for something hot this summer, look no further. Yeah, the thick air. That air caked up. Damn, dude. Zium.
Every day, we stray further from God. Allah be roasting us as punishment, so he can make his coffee, which he will proceed to boot.
That's the most sacrilegious sentence I've ever heard in my life. Just implied that Allah will boof coffee. Damn, dude. Nothing like breathing an entire waterfall on Tuesday. It's been disgusting. All up the East Coast, the whole forecast for the past couple of weeks, like every couple of days or constantly, they're like, yeah, sun and thunderstorms. Because the air is wet and thick. It's fucked. Because I checked and I was like, where is it like this everywhere? The whole East Coast. Like the whole thing. Apparently I read today that the wildfire smoke, when exposed to enough UV light from the sun in prolonged periods, produces benzene. Is that real? We'll see. Not like you could do anything.
Like my gods, like how I like my coffee. Dark.
Dark coffee. If you drink coffee blank, you are a sicko. You're just a sicko. I got a haze warning at like 7:30 a.m. Yeah, the haze is like never ending right now. It's crazy, man. Didn't rain for 6 weeks straight, now it won't stop raining. It's fucked. I just want it to be like never more than 65 degrees. 75 is okay. 75 is okay. If you like warmer weather, 75, maybe up to 80, but I don't like it. 65 degrees forever, and then at some point it goes down to winter, and it's a cold winter, and in Fahrenheit, you know, down to the single digits. I like it cold. It's cool with me. I like that. Not the negatives, single digits. And then you come back up and you're like, whoa, summer getting so warm, and it goes to 65 and it stops there. Ooh. Ooh. Yeah, ice world. That's what I want. Do you run into bears on your hikes? I have before. If it's a black bear, you'll be okay. If it's a brown bear, middling. If you're hiking anywhere with grizzlies, don't. Maybe you just shouldn't. I have seen bears before. Many times, though, yeah. Yup. I want to rent a room for the mole people. From the mole people. It's probably cold underground. I've thought about that, and there are homes that people build that are like into the sides of hills and mountains, sort of into the rock face, into the ground, so that they're kept cool. Some people are just building them essentially like hobbit homes, right? And I look at that and I'm like, oh, imagine how cool it is in there. Imagine how nice. I have a basement apartment. Once the heat gets in, it stays in. Yeah, but if you have... The thing is, when they make those, they make ways that you could air it out if you need to. You could produce some airflow to even it out if you want. If there's heat in there and it's kind of like trapped and you need to not. Also, just have a good air system in general. But if it's made well, it's like a newer thing. Honestly, kind of seems like it might be the way to go. There's caves in Arizona that are 70 year-round, but also 99% humidity year-round. Well, yeah, stone and rock tends to trap moisture a lot of the time. Caves tend to be dank for a reason, you know? It's because of that material. Things are always slightly porous, and the walls essentially, like cave walls kind of breathe, I guess you could say. Water can slowly seep in, and it will. And then it will slowly seep out. So it just, yeah, stays humid as fuck until it rains again. Very dank. The mold be a problem? Yet you don't want to live in a cave. A man-made thing for the purpose of living? Cool. A natural cave that has water trapped in it all the time? No. No. The minor days, the deeper you go, the hotter it gets. They yearn for the mines. Don't you want to go back? Don't you yearn for the mines? I know I don't, but you sure do. Ooh, you love it. You love it so much. The mines. I'm yearning. I'm yearning. For the indoors or the outdoors? Is that even a question? I prefer the indoors. I like the outdoors a lot if the temperature is good, but it's only like that for small portions of time, so nah. Indoors. You'd like a salt mine? Yeah. It's not all dank. Oh. It's good. Hiking in the Sequoia National Park and seeing the stars at night is awesome. Night hikes are cool. I don't like them that much. I don't choose night hikes. I choose hike, stop, set up camp, sleep. Oh, the sun's up, hike again. That's what I choose. It's cool to like look outside and be like, ooh, the stars are out, but I'm not like actually night hiking. Some people do that and I think they're just crazy people. I think they're crazy people. That's when all the things are out that might want to attack you. Most predators are out at night. Depending where you're hiking. A lot of places you might not have to worry about that. But if there are wolves around, if there are coyotes and things, you don't want to deal with it. But yeah, always small cliff. You can't see shit. You're gonna trip over rocks constantly. You're gonna step in the ground will be 3 inches higher and you'll be like, oh shit, because you're not used to hiking, you know. Yeah, they don't feel safe. I don't like it. I think it's cool to stop for camp and then like look up at the stars. Ooh, that's cool. I like hearing people complain about temperature. These past 3 days, it's been 100 Fahrenheit. In the next 5 days, it's projected to get over 115 with over 65% humidity as well. No. Yeah, that's so bad. There are a lot of areas that are like that, are already naturally very warm, and they're having like real problems right now. The people in the nicer, like temperate areas that are a little less hot, it's a comparison thing, you know, like it feels hot because you're used to it always being like 80 at this time, and then it's like 100 and you're like, whoa. But no, there are a lot of people that already lived in that heat and now it's even worse. Ugh. In 116 here the other day. Oh no. That Wyoming looking real nice now. What's that? The North? Remember to put your bread out to bake. Yeah, people keep like cracking eggs on their cars and being like, look guys. Look, it's so hot. It's fucked up. It's not even August. Let me tell you, August is bad. August tends, it depends on where you are, but August tends to be a bit drier in a lot of areas. So people are gonna, they're gonna have issues in August. They're gonna have big issues. I wonder how farms are doing. I wonder if like they're having major issues with their crops because of the heat, or if the humidity is making it okay. Because typically when it's hot and humid, the crops are happy, you know? But there's a point, there's a certain point where it's not okay, no matter how wet it is. There's a point where things start not flourishing, you know? Or even sometimes the crops are doing okay, but the bugs are changing up their patterns if it's too hot. So it can get weird. I don't know. Midwest drought? Is there drought right now? Because the East Coast is like crazy humid. Absolutely insanely humid. I'm in coastal Florida and it hasn't been bad, but it feels hotter than the same time last year, even though it was 95 then and like 90 now. I think, yeah, it's the overall weather patterns and everything. Some of the farmers I watch on YouTube are getting pretty nervous. Yeah, I can imagine they're the ones most affected. Like, other people are sitting around, they're just like, oh, it's hot and I don't like it. But, like, you'll live. But people where it's their livelihood and their crops could have an issue. I don't know. Or especially ranchers. People dealing with animals on their farms and their ranches. It's got to be so rough for, like, all the cows. The poor cows, the sheep, you know. When cicadas come around and they die and basically get deep fried on this sidewalk, it smells awful. That's so gross. Ew. Ew. I wonder when the next one's gonna happen. You know, in some areas they have massive cicada broods that come out. They got those like 9-year and like 15-year broods. Is this year gonna be one of those years for any areas? Let me look. Because those shits are horrifying. I usually don't have to deal with that, though. So it's not so bad. Let me see. Cicada broods. In the U.S. Let's see what we got. Cicada broods by year. Do they have any, like, maps of them? I know they do. Okay. 2023... Let me see if there are any. Oh, I'm actually not seeing any on the record for 2023 right now. Oh my god, you may all be safe. You might all be safe. However, 2024, Northern Illinois brood, Northern Illinois, parts of Iowa, Wisconsin, and Indiana, the Great Southern brood. Oh my god. Here's all the states for the Great Southern brood. This is 2024. Alabama, Arkansas, Georgia, Indiana, Illinois, Kentucky, Louisiana, Maryland, Missouri, Mississippi, North Carolina, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Tennessee, and Virginia. 2024, the 13-year Great Southern brood is going to come out. Oh my god, that's like so many people. Huh? So many areas. Oh, this map is like... Oh, it's mostly those western states that I mentioned, though. Like over near the Midwest. It looks like it's just small portions. It's like barely in Maryland, barely in Virginia. Okay. You might be safe. You might be safe. But if you're in the Midwest... yeah, Midwest get fucked. It's gonna be loud in Georgia. It's not too many areas of Georgia, it looks like. But, like, maybe kind of close to Atlanta. I don't know. I'm not going on vacation next year. Hey, Florida's got none. Florida don't got none of those. The northeastern brood that I remember seeing before. What does that come out? That's brood 2. That's not coming out till 2030. Oh my god, it's a 17-year cycle. Okay, so all of these are 17 or 13-year cycles. Oh, it's horrible because when they come out, these cicada broods, if anyone's like, what is that? Basically, the cicadas within a brood emerge. They all come out at once and they are just above ground for like a summer. and then they go away. It's usually for like a couple weeks, and the air is thick with cicadas. They are just everywhere. It's not quite as bad as like an African locust swarm, because I don't know if you've seen those, where the air is literally just locusts, but there's a lot of cicadas. They scream and fucking die. Yeah, they're very loud. Can we eat the cicadas? I mean, you can. You can. But man, I remember the last time they came out, I was like aware that they were going to come out. And I just stocked up on a lot of stuff, and I was like, I ain't going out. I ain't going out. They taste like shit. You've eaten one? 2030 gonna fuck. It's gonna be so bad. People were posting cicada recipes. I feel like they look so meaty. I don't know. They have like a liquid inside. They aren't that bad. They do taste like shit though. So you think that things that taste like shit aren't that bad? Is that what you like? They aren't that bad, but they taste like shit. Shitters. Sonic meal. We don't have Sonic meal. Is that on 7 TV? I just realized we don't have Sonic meal. That's fucked up. I need it. Let me check if it's on there. Please have Sonic meal. It's not on 7 TV. Is it BTTV? Or is it a private one? It might be a private one. I gotta ask. Emotes. Popular. Number 1, Sonic meal. Yep, it's on BTTV. Add to channel. Alright. If you don't know the lore, so sorry, but you're gonna have to see Sonic meal in the chat now. Added. Where's Sonic meal? I need it. Is it updated for you? We'll see if it updates on your end. Last time they came out, the only annoying part was the noise at night. It depends on where you are. Some areas, they're way thicker than others, like by density. It did? There we go. I don't know if it'll show in my little chat box. It usually takes like a day to update certain ones for BTTV. It did for you? Okay. No one explained the meaning behind it? You don't gotta know. You don't gotta know. It's just deep lore. If you know, you know. If you don't, just enjoy the little funny emote, okay? No, Squid. No. Thank you for the 29-month sub. Wow. Very cool. Great job, Squid. Nice moves. Nice moves. Sonic meal. Disgusting. Great job by me. Yeah, great job. Me at every mod. Good job. Yeah, cool. Anyway, I have a collab to go to. It's about time. I'm gonna do my collab. You've made me hungry with all this talk of food. Well,
it was like being pelted with walnuts.
I can't imagine. Well, I'm glad we went from delicious food talk to immediately eating cicadas and Sonic meal. I think it was a nice way to wrap that up in case you were hungry. You know, I don't want to make you hungry and then like you're sitting here in pain. So I figured, you know, we could wrap it up with something like that. So now you're no longer feeling the need, right? Not feeling the need. Anyway, I'm gonna go play Monster Hunter Frontier with the girls. I'm gonna eat first. I won't show up there immediately. I'm gonna eat first. Let me find. It's just Moriko streaming it, right? Yeah. Sometimes Grape streams it too. Moriko and Grape are in there. Mint isn't there yet. Playing Monster Hunter Frontier. So I'm gonna raid her channel. Don't act weird. Over there. And watch if you feel like watching old Monster Hunter. I like it. Geeka's literally been talking nonstop for 4+ hours. Yeah, and I'm hungry. 4.5 hours, man. I'm hungry. Talking makes me hungry. So I'm gonna eat food. And then, yeah, that's it. Yeah, that's it. I was originally gonna game today, but the whatever collab, I think people didn't wake up. So I didn't push it, and it's fine. So we'll play more next time. I want to continue Dave the Diver. I want to continue Smooshy Come Home. And maybe some more Wild Frost runs. But I'm like, I really want to play Dave the Diver. I can feel it. my brain craves playing the video game Dave the Diver. So we'll probably go do that relatively soon. And I thought I was at the end of Tears of the Kingdom, or I was nearing it when I streamed on YouTube. Turns out I wasn't. There's a whole new chunk of story to do. So that's cool. That's cool. So there will be more YouTube streams of Tears of the Kingdom. But it's a good thing I titled the stream, "Is this the end? Question mark?" Or, "Are we nearing the end? Question mark?" It was not the end. So, you know, the question was answered. Yeah, the answer was no. Exactly. So you Mike streamed yesterday with Dave and I was laughing so hard. Hey, me in chat and me verbally are two different people sometimes, you know? That's me using personality C in Mike's chat, alright? That's just how it is. You could finish it one more stream if you go hard on story stuff. I might, because I've done so much side stuff. So, I don't know. We'll see. Mouse said she was gonna play with Sea Dog maybe tonight. Mouse is fucking asleep. She's asleep. like she'll wake up at some point, but she just like streamed all night, so I don't know. We'll see. Anyway, this audience is concluded. Got fun over there. I'm gonna eat food and then go there. Okay. Be nice. Be good now. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. See ya.